Chosen one. Heaven has paused for you. Yes, you. The rhythm of eternity stopped, just long enough to deliver this word to your spirit. This isn't another random scroll moment. This is divine timing. You are standing at the edge of your last battle, and heaven is saying, "Don't give up now." Aibo, you have felt it, the strange heaviness that comes before victory, the silence that feels endless. You've asked, why now? Why this storm? But the truth is, heaven grows quiet, right before it moves. The stillness isn't punishment, it's preparation. You've been walking through invisible fires, carrying weights that no one saw. You smiled through rejection, gave through loss, hoped through heartbreak. You've endured seasons that others couldn't survive, and though your hands trembled, you never let go. Heaven took notice. Let me tell you a story. There was once a man, one of the chosen, who waited for years for the promise God had spoken. Every time he built, it collapsed. Every time he trusted, betrayal found him. He thought the silence meant abandonment. But one night, as he lay on the floor whispering, "I can't fight anymore," he heard a still small voice say, "Then let me fight through you." And the next morning didn't bring miracles, it brought peace, and peace itself became the miracle. From that moment, everything began to turn. You are standing in that same place right now. This is not defeat, this is divine refinement. You are gold being purified in the hottest part of the fire. You are the warrior forged in the shadows, for a victory the world will one day witness. Think of yourself as a lighthouse in the middle of a raging sea. The waves crash, the thunder roars, but your light still cuts through the storm. The wind is loud only because your flame is bright. Or imagine yourself as a bridge stretched between two cliffs. The tension you feel is not weakness. It's proof you're holding others up while crossing your own test. Chosen one. Do not mistake exhaustion for ending. This is the moment right before dawn, when night fights hardest to stay. Everything you've endured has built a language between you and heaven. Every tear, a prayer. Every silence, a covenant. The Word of God declares in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Let those words anchor you. This is heaven's reminder. You are not alone in the fire. You are not forgotten in the storm. The same God who stood beside Joshua in the desert stands beside you now. You have already survived what was meant to destroy you. That is not weakness, it's evidence. Evidence that your calling outweighs the conflict. Evidence that your story has not ended, only shifted chapters. If you could see what heaven sees, you would not weep, you would worship. Angels have been repositioned around your life. Prayers you thought were unanswered are actually ripening in unseen realms. The ground beneath you is not crumbling, it's being tilled for new growth. Chosen one. Lift your head. Wipe your tears. Your battle cry has reached the courts of heaven. This is your final test of endurance. The last wave before calm waters. The last shadow before sunrise. Do not break now. Do not quit when you are this close to breakthrough. And if something inside you feels this word burning, don't silence it. That's your spirit recognizing truth. That's the sound of heaven echoing within you. Before we close this moment, I want you to act not for show, but for faith. If you can still believe that your story is not over, that God is still with you in this fight, then type below the number 333, a sign that divine alignment is unfolding. Body, soul, and spirit moving as one. Like and share this word, if it stirred your heart, not as routine, but as a declaration, I will not give up now. Subscribe to stay connected, because what begins here is not the end. It's the unveiling of a new dawn over your life. The heavens have paused, but only long enough to remind you, strength is returning, courage is awakening, and your victory is already written. Stand tall, chosen one. The battle ends with your rise, and when the light begins to break through, you will understand why the waiting was sacred. The delay was not denial, it was divine design. Every unanswered prayer became the soil where greater faith was born. Heaven was not silent, it was sculpting your strength for the season now unfolding. Your name has been whispered in angelic chambers. You were never hidden from God's sight, even in the hours when despair wrapped around your soul. Heaven recorded every breath. You stand today, not by chance, but by calling. The battle that terrified you will soon testify of your transformation. There's a fragrance released from your perseverance that cannot be manufactured by ease. It rises like incense before the throne. What felt like breaking was actually birthing. The crushing brought out your anointing. Soon, the same places that rejected you will call you by your purpose. Chosen one. Every scar on your soul glows under divine light. What you called failure was actually refinement. The storms didn't destroy you, they revealed your roots. The fire didn't consume you, it clarified your gold. This is why the enemy fought you hardest right before this awakening. Listen carefully. The sound you hear within isn't fear, it's freedom forming language. Heaven is turning your sighs into songs. The gates of limitation are trembling because you finally know who you are. You are not merely surviving, you are stepping into holy dominion with unshakable grace. Now rise in quiet confidence. Heaven moves when you move. The winds of purpose answer to your faith. This is your moment to walk through the open gate. Lift your eyes. Warrior, this final battle has already bowed to your obedience. The story ends in glory, not defeat. You have carried more than most will ever understand. The weight on your shoulders has not only been physical, it has been spiritual, invisible, relentless. The kind of weight that presses even when you are still, that lingers long after the crowd disperses and the applause fades. You've learned to smile through storms, to lead while bleeding, to whisper prayers that only the walls of your room have heard. There were days you woke up already tired, mornings when your heart felt like a battlefield before you even left your bed. You wondered if anyone saw, if heaven still listened. Yet even then, you carried on. You walked into rooms where you didn't belong, carrying an anointing the world couldn't define. You stood in places meant to break you, and somehow, you kept standing. The weight you carry is not a punishment, it's a sign of trust. God does not place heavy mantles on shallow roots. He gives depth before he gives visibility. The depth you've walked through is proof of the calling hovering over your life. There's a sacred story woven into your suffering, a story not of defeat, but of refinement. You have been refined like metal in the forge, each moment of pressure shaping you into something unbreakable. There's beauty in the burden. Though it's hard to see when the heat surrounds you, Yet this, too, is divine design. God hides greatness in ordinary frames so that glory can be revealed in unexpected ways. You remind me of the prophet who carried fire in his bones, unable to remain silent even when he wanted to quit. You remind me of the shepherd who fought lions in secret before facing giants in public. You remind me of the one who walked on water for a moment, proof that faith, even when trembling, is still stronger than fear. You have been underestimated because your training was hidden. The ones who mocked you didn't realize you were being trained in the silence of obscurity. They didn't see the nights you stayed up, fighting invisible wars, interceding for souls who didn't even know your name. But heaven saw, heaven recorded, heaven remembered. The weight you carry is not meant to crush you, it's meant to calibrate you. It teaches you to lean into grace instead of striving in your own strength. It exposes where human effort ends and divine power begins. This is why the battles intensified when you decided to walk in obedience. Hell doesn't waste its weapons on those who pose no threat. Sometimes, the pressure you feel is simply heaven adjusting your position, like an arrow pulled back before it's released. Tension precedes trajectory. The further you've been drawn into the struggle, the farther you're about to fly. You are the arrow in the hands of the Almighty, aimed with precision toward a purpose that cannot miss its mark. And yes, there were moments when the weight made you question your worth, when the heaviness whispered lies about your future, making you wonder if you'd misheard God entirely. But truth does not change just because pain grows louder. The same God who began this work in you hasn't stopped writing. The same hands that lifted you once will lift you again. Do you remember the first time you felt the call stir within you? You may not have recognized it then, but heaven marked that moment. Every step since has been a refinement of that calling. Every heartbreak, a hammer shaping your courage. Every loss, a lesson dressed as pain. If you look closely now, you'll see how each piece fits. The unanswered prayers, the closed doors, the detours. They were all weaving you into readiness. You couldn't carry what's next without first being stretched by what was. The weight you carry is the evidence of transition. A butterfly doesn't resent the cocoon, though it feels confined within it. That dark place isn't punishment, it's preparation for flight. You are in that same transformation. The pressure is proof of promise. The confinement is proof of capacity. You are expanding beyond your old form. It's easy to envy the ones who seem unbothered, who walk lightly through life. But they are not you. You were chosen for depth, not comfort. You were called to carry fire, not feathers. The path of the chosen will always feel heavier because it's paved with divine responsibility. And yet, even in that heaviness, there is hidden joy. The joy of knowing you are part of something eternal. The quiet satisfaction of understanding that your endurance becomes someone else's encouragement. When you rise from this, others will find courage to rise too. So, do not despise the weight. It is your witness. The weight you carry proves that heaven trusts you with spiritual authority. It's the same way a crown feels heavy on the head of a new king, burden and blessing intertwined. You are learning to balance the two without breaking. Let your scars tell the truth. You've been through fire, but not consumed. You've walked through floods, but did not drown. The pain you carry has purpose written in invisible ink across its surface. One day, the light will reveal every hidden line, according to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 24, verse 10. If you find, in the day of adversity, your strength is small. These words aren't condemnation, they are calibration. They remind you that strength is not the absence of weakness, it's the decision to rise despite it. You have already proven that your strength is anything but small. You are still here, still breathing, still believing. Let that truth settle like warm light in your spirit. The heaviness you feel today will one day become the testimony that lifts others tomorrow. The same hands that wrote your pain will write your victory. The same God who allowed the weight will crown you with peace. You are not behind schedule, you are in divine synchronization. Every delay, every detour, every unseen tear has meaning. The weight you carry has purpose, and it's leading you towards something far greater than what you can now imagine. Do not rush out of this season. Do not curse what was meant to shape you. Because when the refining is complete, you will look back and realize the weight was never meant to break you. It was meant to build you into someone the storm could no longer move. Every tear you've cried has been recorded. None of them disappeared into the dark. Each one was collected in heaven's jars. A silent testimony that you kept believing when everything in you wanted to stop. The world saw your strength. Only heaven saw your struggle. There were nights you laid still, staring at the ceiling, wondering if your prayers bounced off the walls. But those nights were not wasted. They became seeds planted in soil you couldn't see yet. And like all seeds, they had to die before they could rise. The pain you felt was not ignored. God did not look away when you broke. Every sob, every trembling breath was noticed, treasured, written down. You may have thought the heavens were silent, but the silence was simply God's listening posture. Sometimes, the greatest move of heaven happens when nothing seems to move at all. The stillness, the delay, the pause. It's the space where divine power gathers strength. Just as rivers build force before they break through stone, your waiting was gathering momentum. You are not unseen. Chosen one. You were never invisible. You are the living reminder that unseen battles still birth visible miracles. Let me tell you a small story. There was once a young man named Elior who served in obscurity. He sang songs to an empty room, praying for a miracle that didn't come. He watched others rise while he remained overlooked. But what he didn't know was that every note he sang became incense before the throne of God. One night, when his strength was gone, he whispered, "Why have you forgotten me?" And the Spirit replied, "I never forget the sound of your voice." And the next morning, a door opened that had been locked for years. Elior didn't even need to knock. Heaven had already whispered his name. So, too, have your tears been whispering your name in heaven's language? You thought you were forgotten, but you were being prepared. You thought your silence meant rejection, but it meant refinement. Imagine your tears as raindrops falling into divine soil, each one watering the promise you once doubted. One day soon, those same tears will turn into rivers of joy, flowing from the very ground that once felt barren. Or picture your pain as a prism. When light finally shines through, every wound refracts a different color of grace. What once looked like broken glass becomes a stained window through which God's glory glows. You are not weeping for nothing. You are weeping for what will soon be reborn. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 56, verse 8, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Or, that verse isn't poetic comfort, it's heavenly fact. There's a record of your pain written in God's own handwriting. Not one drop of your sorrow has been wasted. So if you're wondering why the tears haven't stopped, it's because heaven is still watering your destiny. Every drop is pulling your future closer. Every sigh is a prayer still ascending. You will not always feel this ache. There will come a morning when you'll wake up lighter, when laughter won't feel like effort, and hope will no longer be a choice, it will be instinct. And when that moment comes, you'll realize the tears were sacred. They baptized your faith. Chosen one. You've cried long enough to cleanse your past. Now your vision is clear enough to see your future. And as you read these words, something inside you knows they're not just sentences, they're confirmation. Heaven saw you. Heaven heard you. Heaven never left. Take one more deep breath. Let peace return. The same God who counted your tears is about to crown them with joy. Before this section closes, I want you to do one simple thing. Write in the comments, "I'm still here." And one, not as a chant, but as a declaration. It means your tears didn't drown you. It means your faith outlived the storm. It means that despite the weight, the waiting, and the weariness, you are still standing. Your comment becomes a witness. Every word you write in faith is like drawing a line in the sand that says, "The storm stopped here." Let it be known, the chosen do not disappear, they endure. Heaven is watching, not to test you, but to honor your endurance. And soon, those who once doubted your strength will see why God never stopped believing in you. Your tears, chosen one, are no longer signs of pain. They are sacred ink writing the next chapter of your redemption story. You may not realize it yet, but every moment of sorrow has expanded your spirit's capacity for compassion. The deeper you've wept, the wider your heart has become to carry others. This is why God trusted you with such depth, so that when you speak, your words won't be hollow, they'll carry healing. Your tears were not weakness, they were language. Each one told heaven, "You still believe?" And heaven answered, not with noise, but with quiet strength that grew inside you when no one else could see it forming. That strength will soon speak louder than any pain you've known. Look at your journey, how every ending became an opening. The things you lost didn't leave you empty. They made space for what's divine. You are not broken. You are becoming whole. And when joy returns, and it won't be shallow laughter. It will be deep, steady, and sacred, rising from the same place where your tears once fell. That's the beauty of redemption. Heaven never wastes sorrow. It transforms it. The final test of endurance is rarely loud. It doesn't always arrive with thunder or visible war. Often, it comes wrapped in quiet exhaustion, the kind that settles deep in your soul and whispers, "Just stop trying." It's not the kind of battle that breaks your body. It's the one that tests your spirit. The last stretch before victory is always the heaviest because it carries the weight of everything you've already survived. You've been here before at the edge of giving up. You know what it feels like when hope flickers like a dying candle, when the silence feels like rejection, and when you start to question if all the waiting was worth it. But the truth is this: it's always darkest right before dawn. Not because the light is gone, but because it's about to rise. The final test comes to ask you one thing: will you still trust? Not when the blessings flow easily, but when nothing makes sense. Trust. not because of what you see, but because of who you know. Faith has never been about comfort, it's about conviction. Imagine a runner who's trained for years for a single race. They've studied every stride, practiced every breath. Yet, at the final stretch, their legs begin to burn, their lungs tighten, and their vision blurs. The body screams, "Stop!" But the finish line is closer than the pain suggests. The test isn't the distance, it's the endurance. The ones who finish are those who remember why they started. Chosen one. Your spirit is that runner. You have trained through tears, through loss, through loneliness. Every challenge has been endurance training. You've built muscles in the invisible realm, faith muscles that can carry more than the natural eye can measure. Endurance is not glamorous. It's not applause, spotlight, or recognition. It's obedience in silence. It's continuing when the crowd leaves. It's believing when no one cheers. Endurance is the proof of true calling, because only the chosen are trusted with the unseen weight of persistence. Sometimes endurance looks like stillness, standing firm when everything shakes, not rushing into panic, not surrendering to fear, but choosing peace in the middle of uncertainty. That's what separates those who collapse from those who conquer. You have been taught the art of stillness. There were moments when you could have reacted, when anger could have spoken louder than grace. But you chose restraint. That restraint was not weakness, it was mastery. Every moment, you chose silence over chaos. You strengthened the fortress within you. Your endurance has not been wasted. Each waiting season was an altar of worship. Each time you stayed when walking away would have been easier. You built memorial stones of faith. You didn't know it. But heaven was watching your consistency like a pulse, steady, strong, and unbroken. There is a rhythm to endurance. It teaches you to pace your faith, to trust timing more than speed. Sometimes, the greatest breakthroughs come not from pushing harder, but from holding still long enough for God to move. Think of a seed underground. It's silent, unseen, covered by dirt. If you judged its progress by appearance, you'd call it dead. But endurance is happening beneath the soil. Roots dig deeper before anything blooms. That's you right now, hidden but growing, unseen but unstoppable. Or picture a blacksmith hammering a sword. The final blows are the hardest because the metal is taking its final shape. One strike too few, and it remains incomplete. One more strike, and it becomes weapon and masterpiece all at once. The last blows always hurt the most, but they are also the most necessary. You are in that hammer's rhythm. The fire you feel is not to destroy you, but to reveal the warrior within. The pain is not punishment, it's precision. Every hit, every test, every moment of exhaustion is shaping you into someone who can carry divine authority with humility. The Word of God declares in the letter to the Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, "You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised." Oh, this is not just an instruction, it's an unveiling. It reveals that endurance is the final key before promise. God's blessings do not fall upon the faint of heart. They rest upon the faithful who remain. You may think you're standing still, but in the Spirit, you're advancing. Endurance moves slower than miracles, but it builds deeper foundations. A tree that grows fast often falls easily. A tree that grows steady can weather any storm. You are that steady tree. Your roots have learned to grip faith even when the winds rage. The world teaches speed. Heaven teaches strength. The world says, win quickly. Heaven says, endure deeply. Because what's won in haste rarely lasts. But what's birthed in endurance becomes eternal. And when you finally step beyond this final test, you will understand why it had to be this way. You'll see that what felt like delay was divine pacing, aligning you with destiny so that when the promise comes, you won't just receive it, you'll be ready to steward it. Endurance is a crown invisible to the world, but radiant before heaven. It's what separates the chosen from the called. Many begin the journey. Few finish it. But you are among the few who endure until the end. And when the breakthrough arrives, when the door finally opens, you'll look back and realize you didn't win because you were stronger, you won because you stayed. So, rest, but don't retreat. Breathe, but don't break. Endure, not because you have to, but because heaven has already declared you're almost there. Your endurance is the bridge between promise and fulfillment, between prayer and manifestation. Walk it with peace. For on the other side waits everything you once cried for. When your strength reaches its limit, grace steps in. That's where you are now, the place where your human effort has done all it can. And the divine begins to move. You may think you've come to an end, but heaven sees a beginning. This is the sacred space where surrender becomes strength. You've carried yourself through countless storms. You've kept walking even when the road disappeared beneath your feet. You've faced rejection, silence, and moments when faith felt like lifting a mountain with bare hands. But now, something shifts. You are standing in the divine. Exchange your weakness for His power, your limitation for His limitless grace. It's in these moments, when your hands tremble and your heart aches, that God whispers, Let me carry what you cannot. Let me build where you have exhausted every tool. Let me turn your ashes into something beautiful again. The divine does not require perfection, only permission. You don't need to prove your strength to heaven. You only need to allow grace to move through you. The most powerful people are not the ones who never fall, but the ones who know how to fall into God's arms. Imagine your life as a lantern, fragile glass surrounding an eternal flame. When storms blow, the flame flickers, but it doesn't die. The light inside you isn't yours alone. It's a spark from the eternal fire of God. Every time you keep believing, the light grows brighter, illuminating the path for someone else lost in the dark. And when you feel like that lantern is running low on oil, when it's hard to keep burning, remember this: even the smallest drop of grace can keep your flame alive. Sometimes God sends that oil through His word, sometimes through prayer, and sometimes through the kindness of others who believe in what you carry. There's a truth you need to hear. The message you're receiving now isn't just words, it's part of a living mission. Every story, every whisper of hope, every reminder that you are chosen, it's all built with heart, prayer, and purpose. It's meant to reach those who have no voice left, to cry out, if these words have spoken life into you, if they've helped you breathe again when the world felt heavy, then let that gratitude become participation, not by obligation, not by guilt, but by love. The Apostle Paul once wrote in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 7, each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion. For God loves a cheerful giver. Those words are an invitation, not a demand. They remind you that giving, in all its forms, time, kindness, prayer, or offering, is an act of joy. Heaven delights in cheerful hearts because joy proves that love is alive within you. When you choose to like, to share, or to subscribe, you're not feeding an algorithm, you're extending light. You're saying, let this message find another soul who's about to give up. You become the messenger, passing the torch to someone else wandering in the dark. And if your heart feels stirred to donate, then give as you feel led. Think of it as pouring oil into a lantern that guides lost travelers. When you give, you are not paying. You are fueling fire that keeps other hearts alive. You are helping someone else hear what you have just heard, that their life still matters, that God still moves. There's a gentle beauty in giving. It's like standing at a riverbank and tossing a stone. You only see the splash, but the ripples reach unseen shores. Your act of generosity sends ripples of hope into lives you'll never meet, hearts you'll never see. But heaven will. Do not see it as loss. It's continuation of grace. The same grace that reached you through this message will flow through you into others. Every share, every like, every offering becomes another word of encouragement whispered into the darkness somewhere in the world. So let your giving be a melody, not a burden. Let it sound like gratitude, not guilt. Let it be your way of saying, I believe in light. When grace steps in, it multiplies whatever it touches, whether it's your prayer, your kindness, or your offering. It always returns as peace, abundance, and divine favor. You can never outgive what heaven pours back. Stay in this flow of grace. Keep your heart open. Let every act of generosity, big or small, become a testimony that faith still lives on earth. You are not just receiving this message, you are part of it now. Together, we are carrying the flame that will keep many others from giving up. Each act of generosity writes a story in the unseen. Heaven reads those stories like poems of light, written not in ink, but in intention. You may never know who was saved, who found hope, or who chose life again because of your kindness. But heaven knows, and heaven remembers. When you give from the heart, you become part of something eternal. Your support becomes like wind, filling the sails of this mission, helping it travel further across oceans of despair. Every word spoken, every story shared, every life lifted, it all carries a trace of your touch, your unseen partnership with the divine. There's a rhythm to giving that mirrors breathing. You inhale grace and exhale compassion. The more you give, the more you receive, not in coins or fame, but in peace, in clarity, in that quiet knowing that your life echoes heaven's heartbeat. Even the smallest contribution, your prayer, your share, your whisper of faith, becomes a thread in a vast tapestry of light. One thread alone may seem small, but together they form a covering wide enough to shelter the weary and restore the broken. That is the quiet miracle of shared faith. So keep the light moving forward. Let your heart remain open, your spirit generous, and your hands steady. The fire you help sustain today will guide someone tomorrow through the same darkness you've already conquered, and heaven will call it good. There's a sound that comes when doubt begins to whisper. It's faint at first. then steady, like the hum of wind against a window pane. You've heard it before. It comes after the promise is spoken, but before it's fulfilled. That's the battlefield between the voices of doubt and the whisper of destiny. Every chosen one faces this crossroad. The mind says, "It's over." The spirit says, "Not yet." End of 40. This is the invisible war that wages not in the world around you, but inside your chest. Doubt doesn't always shout. It often imitates reason. It sounds logical, safe, even responsible. But destiny speaks in faith's frequency, not fear's. You know this battle well. You've stood between what you see and what you believe, between the noise of failure and the whisper of divine assurance. And still, you're standing. The war of voices is not new. In every story of calling, it appears. When Moses stood before the sea, doubt said, "You've gone too far." Destiny said, "Lift your staff." When David faced Goliath, doubt said, "He's too big." Destiny whispered, "You've faced bigger." When Mary heard she would bear the impossible, doubt said, "It cannot be." Destiny replied, "With God, nothing is impossible." And here you are, your own story, unfolding in divine symmetry. The same voices echo. The same tension builds, but the outcome depends on which one you feed. Imagine a vast field at dusk. Two fires burn at opposite ends, one fed by fear, the other by faith. Every thought, every confession, every choice becomes wood tossed into one of those flames. Whichever you feed grows stronger. Which one are you feeding tonight? There's a lesson hidden inside every doubt. Doubt tests your alignment. It asks, do you really know who you are? Destiny doesn't silence doubt by arguing with it. Destiny proves it wrong by moving forward anyway. You are in that proving season now. Your hesitation doesn't disqualify you. It's simply proof that your destiny is larger than your logic. Heaven doesn't wait for perfect confidence. It moves through willing obedience. You don't need to feel certain to take the next step. You just need to trust that the whisper of destiny will hold you. Sometimes destiny speaks softly, so you'll lean closer. God whispers because He's near, not far. You've been looking for a shout, but He's been speaking in a sigh. He's in the pause between your breaths, in the stillness that comes after tears. There's a story of a man who walked a long road through a desert. Every day, he prayed for a clear sign, a pillar of fire, a voice from the sky. But all he saw were small stones along the path. Tired, he knelt down and asked God why heaven was silent. Then the wind blew, flipping one of the stones over. On its underside, the man saw the word, "Continue." End of, and so he did. That word carried him to his destination. That's what God is doing with you. The signs may be small, but they are there. The whisper is saying, "Continue." That you have a choice. Feed the fire of fear, or fan the flame of faith. Fear burns fast and dies quickly. Faith burns slow and lights the path ahead. The Word of God declares in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 6, "But when you ask, you must believe and not doubt, because the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea, blown and tossed by the wind." And those words are both warning and promise. They reveal what doubt does. It tosses the heart back and forth until peace is lost. But they also reveal that stillness returns when belief anchors you again. Think of yourself as a ship in open water. The storm may roar, but your anchor holds firm beneath the surface. You can't always see it, but it's there, faith buried deep, unseen yet unbreakable. The waves can move you, but they cannot uproot you. When you feel the storm rising, pause and listen again. There's always a whisper beneath the wind, a voice calling your name, saying, "Steady, you were made for this." It's time to turn down the volume of fear and tune your heart to destiny again. Silence the noise that tells you you're not enough, that you've missed your moment, that you're too late. You're not late, you're aligned. Every detour brought you to this clarity. Destiny doesn't rush. It unfolds. It doesn't shout for attention. It waits to be recognized. And right now, it's standing in front of you, asking one question: will you still believe? Let that question echo through you. Let it break the agreement you've made with fear. Let it call your faith out of hiding. You've heard so many voices, people's opinions, your own doubts, the noise of disappointment. But tonight, let all of them fall silent except one, the whisper of God reminding you that your story is still in motion. So here's what I want you to do, not as a ritual, but as a declaration. Type the number 555 inches, the comments below. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. 3 5s represent grace multiplied, the unending rhythm of divine help. When you write it, you're saying, "I choose the whisper of destiny over the noise of doubt." You're agreeing with heaven that grace is still active in your story. That single act is more than a comment. It's a line drawn in the sand between your old fear and your new faith. It's your silent way of saying, "I'm not listening to doubt anymore." Lay, and as you type it, imagine that whisper growing louder within you, not as a voice from above, but as strength rising from within. You'll feel peace replacing confusion, courage replacing fear, because the moment you align with destiny, everything around you begins to align too. The storm calms when the heart decides. The noise fades when purpose speaks. And you, chosen one, are stepping into that calm right now. The whisper is clear. Continue, believe, and watch what grace will do next. The fiercest battles are never fought on open fields. They unfold quietly within the walls of your own mind. The world may see calm on your face, but inside, you've fought entire wars no one will ever know. It's in that hidden space, behind your steady eyes, where courage is both born and tested. You've stood at this front line before the place where fear and faith meet, where anxiety collides with assurance, where the heart argues with heaven. It's the battlefield within, the territory no one can invade but you. And yet it feels like everything tries to. Some mornings you wake up and feel peace for no reason. Other days, without warning, the same peace slips through your fingers like water. You wonder what changed. But in truth, the external world barely matters. It's your inner landscape that shapes your days. The war inside defines the outcome outside. In that unseen realm, thoughts become weapons, memories become shields, and every choice either builds a fortress or opens a gate. You've had moments when your mind felt like a crowded room, worry shouting from one corner, faith whispering from another. You tried to silence one and amplify the other, but both had their place in the lesson. Fear isn't always the enemy. Sometimes it's the reminder that faith must grow stronger. Doubt isn't failure, it's an invitation to deeper trust. The tension between the two creates the very environment where faith matures. You are not weak for feeling the war. You are human, and yet divinely equipped. The presence of battle does not mean the absence of God. It means heaven is teaching you strategy. Think of your mind as a fortress on a hill. Each thought is a stone. Some stones are solid, shaped by truth. Others are cracked, worn by lies you once believed. The process of renewal, what Scripture calls the renewing of your mind, is not demolition but reconstruction. God doesn't destroy your mind, He rebuilds it, stone by stone, thought by thought, until your inner world mirrors His peace. There's a certain kind of fatigue that comes from invisible warfare. You can rest your body and still wake up weary because the battle never stopped while you slept. But even in that exhaustion, there's evidence of resilience. The fact that you wake up and try again proves victory is near. Sometimes the inner battle feels like a storm contained within your ribs, the thunder of past mistakes, the lightning of current worries, the rain of what-ifs, and yet, beneath it all, a quiet river of peace still flows. You may not hear it at first, but it's there, waiting for silence to reveal it. That silence is sacred. It's where God speaks most clearly, not in chaos, not in noise, but in stillness. You've had those moments when the world faded and peace entered like a soft breath. Those are not coincidences. They're reminders that the battlefield within you is already known and covered by divine presence. There's an old truth that says, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the mastery of it. You're learning that mastery now. You're learning how to let storms rage around you without letting them shape you. You're learning that not every thought deserves a response, and not every feeling speaks truth. The process isn't easy. Some days, you'll win ground and feel unshakable. Other days, you'll stumble and wonder if you've lost all progress. But growth is never linear. The same ground you fall on is the ground where you'll stand stronger tomorrow. According to what is revealed in the book of Romans, chapter 12, verse 2, do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is the good and acceptable and perfect will of God. That single verse is the strategy of every inner battle. Transformation happens not by escaping the fight, but by renewing your mind in the midst of it. The battlefield is not a curse, it's a classroom. Every time you resist fear, you teach your spirit to trust again. Every time you choose peace over panic, you forge armor that no future storm can pierce. The warfare within you is not proof of weakness, it's evidence of value. No one attacks what holds no worth. Imagine yourself as a tree in the middle of a storm. The wind roars, the branches bend, the rain pounds. Yet, beneath the surface, your roots die deeper, clutching tighter to the unseen rock. That's what this season is doing. It's forcing your faith to root itself deeper in truth, deeper in divine stability. Sometimes, the war within isn't even about the present. It's echoes of the past, trying to rewrite the present. Old wounds, old voices, old shadows. They rise when you're closest to healing, not to drag you back, but to ask for closure. Every battle from your past resurfaces because it knows you're ready now to win for real. You don't have to silence every voice. You only have to identify the true one. Truth never competes for volume. It stands calmly in the middle of noise and waits to be recognized. That's how you discern destiny's whisper amid the clamor. There will come a day when this battle won't scare you anymore. You'll feel the waves rise inside you, and remember they don't rule you. You'll sense the storm, smile, and speak peace into yourself as easily as breathing. That's not arrogance. That's maturity. That's victory. And when you reach that point, when the war within no longer dictates your direction, you'll understand what freedom really means. Freedom isn't the absence of conflict, it's the authority to remain unshaken in it. You are learning to command peace, not request it. Command it, because you carry the same spirit that calmed seas, that stilled storms, that resurrected what was dead. That spirit lives within you, commanding the battlefield of your mind to bow to truth. You don't have to strive to win this war. It's already decided. Every internal battle you face is simply the unfolding of victory already secured. You're not fighting for peace, you're fighting from peace. And that's how heaven fights silently, steadily, victoriously. You may not see them, but they are their angels on assignment. They move quietly, unseen by human eyes. Yet their presence alters the atmosphere around you. Every time you've narrowly escaped danger, every time comfort came out of nowhere, every time peace arrived when logic said it shouldn't, that was evidence of divine intervention. The world tends to dismiss what it cannot measure. It calls coincidences what heaven calls orchestration. But you, chosen one, have felt it. You've sensed that invisible hand at work. The way circumstances shift in impossible ways, just when everything seems lost. That is not luck. That is not chance. That is heaven working in motion for you. You are not walking this path alone. The same God who crafted galaxies has appointed guardians to walk beside you. They don't always appear as radiant beings with wings. Sometimes they arrive as people with kind words, unexpected opportunities, or sudden strength when you thought you had none left. Sometimes they speak through silence, through intuition, through that quiet nudge that steers you away from harm. The assignment of angels is both protection and preparation. They don't just shield you from danger, they also arrange what's ahead. Like architects of unseen order, they build divine alignment long before your feet arrive. You think you're stepping into coincidence, but you're stepping into choreography. If you could see into the spirit realm for a single moment, you'd weep from wonder. You'd see light moving through darkness, blazing trails of divine purpose, surrounding your every step. You'd see how many arrows never reached you, how many traps never sprung, how many storms broke before they touched your soul. You have never been unguarded, not even in your lowest moments. When you sat in silence, thinking, no one heard your prayers. Angels stood watch. When you walked into rooms heavy with hostility, angels went before you, cleansing the air. When sleep would not come because fear kept whispering, an unseen hand covered you through the night. There's a reason some seasons of your life didn't destroy you. It wasn't because you were stronger, it was because you were surrounded. According to what is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11, for he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. No, that promise is not symbolic, it's literal. It's part of your inheritance as one chosen by God. Every way means every step. every decision, every uncertain path you take. Even your detours are monitored by divine protection. Think of your journey like a traveler crossing a vast wilderness at night. You see only a few feet ahead, guided by a flickering lantern. But above you, unseen, an army of light flies ahead, clearing the way. The predators of doubt and despair wait in the shadows, but they cannot touch you because the air itself becomes holy ground where you tread. You have felt this truth even without seeing it. The sudden calm in chaos, the sense that something bigger than you is working. It's all part of the orchestration. Sometimes the angels don't move the storm, they steady your heart within it. Angels are not servants of convenience, they are carriers of covenant. They guard you not because you asked, but because you are marked. They stand by their orders from heaven, written long before your first breath. You were known, protected, and prepared before the world even named you. There are battles you never knew existed, wars fought over your purpose. You felt the fatigue of those unseen clashes, the sudden heaviness that comes without reason, the unexplainable peace that follows. Those are the tremors of the spiritual world, the evidence that unseen hands have fought for you when your own strength could not. It's humbling to realize how many victories you've lived through without knowing they happened. The times when you didn't get what you wanted, and later realized it saved you. The doors that shut, the plans that failed. The people who left all of it was alignment disguised as loss. Heaven's protection doesn't always look like rescue. Sometimes it looks like redirection. The angels guarding you aren't only blocking attacks, they're rerouting paths. There's an image often hidden in Scripture: Jacob's ladder, a connection between heaven and earth. Angels ascending and descending. That ladder still stands. Every prayer you send rises on it, and every answer descends the same way. The traffic of heaven has never ceased. The assignments continue daily, unbroken, surrounding the lives of those chosen to carry light. You might wonder, why me? Why would heaven guard someone like me? Because destiny always demands protection. The greater the purpose, the greater the guardianship, the more powerful the calling, the tighter the watch. You carry something hell cannot steal. So, heaven has reinforced your path. Even when you walk through failure, angels remain. They do not leave when you stumble, nor turn away when you weep. Their loyalty is not based on your perfection, but on your position. You are part of divine purpose. At times, their presence may feel distant. The silence may linger, and doubt may whisper, "You're on your own." But remember this, silence does not mean absence. It often means strategy. When the teacher is silent, the lesson is in progress. When heaven seems quiet, it's often because angels are still arranging the outcome. Their movement is often invisible because it's meant to build trust, not dependence. If you saw every detail of protection, you'd stop walking by faith. So heaven hides its hands to strengthen your heart. One day, when this chapter of life closes and you stand beyond the veil of time, you'll see a replay of your story. You'll gasp at how many times you were saved, redirected, or lifted by unseen arms. And you'll understand that you were never walking alone, not even once. Until then, keep moving forward in quiet confidence. The air around you hums with divine presence. Every step you take is escorted by light. Every breath monitored by mercy. You are not defenseless, not forgotten, not unprotected. You are surrounded by heaven's armies, angels on assignment, fulfilling orders written in the ink of eternity. Walk in peace. You are covered. There comes a point in every journey where the body wants to stop, but the spirit whispers, "Not yet." That whisper has carried you through seasons others didn't survive. You felt the pull of fatigue, the heaviness that seeps into the soul. Not from lack of strength, but from too many silent battles. Weariness is not weakness, it's a signal. It tells you that something sacred is being born through struggle. Every chosen one encounters this season the moment where exhaustion tries to disguise itself as ending. But this is not your end, it's your refining. You have been running long, fighting hard, hoping faithfully, and now heaven speaks. Rest does not mean retreat. There is a rest that restores. Not the kind that gives up, a rest that breathes courage back into dry bones, that clears the fog from tired minds. You are being called to rise again, not by effort, but by renewal. Like an eagle who stretches its wings after the storm, your strength is returning, though you cannot feel it yet. This is the sacred rhythm of endurance, breaking, then breathing, then building again. Do you remember the seasons when you thought it was over? The nights you told yourself, "I can't do this anymore." Yet somehow, morning always came. That wasn't coincidence, it was covenant. The covenant that says grace will meet you where willpower ends. The world teaches constant motion, but heaven teaches divine pacing. Sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is stop striving and simply stand still, because in stillness, you allow the breath of God to refill your lungs. There's an image that fits you perfectly, a warrior kneeling between battles, sword lowered but not abandoned. That posture is not defeat, it's preparation. The warrior does not surrender when resting. He gathers strength for the next strike. So too, your pause right now is a prophecy of renewal. Every drop of exhaustion is being turned into wisdom. Every sigh of weariness is becoming a song of endurance. The same spirit that raised you before will raise you again. The prophet Isaiah wrote in chapter 41, verse 10, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Let those words settle like medicine in your spirit. You are being held. Even now, not one moment of your fatigue has gone unnoticed. Every time you felt too tired to keep going, heaven assigned strength you couldn't see. Think of your life like a river that's been rushing too fast for too long. It carves deep grooves into the earth until finally it must slow and expand to hold more water. That's what this moment is. It's not decline, it's deepening. Or picture a musician tuning his instrument after long play. The strings tighten, then relax, then tighten again. The tension isn't punishment, it's alignment for the next song. You, too, are being tuned by divine hands for the melody ahead. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is simply breathe, to let the world keep spinning while you stand still, knowing that nothing divine ever demands your destruction. You're not weak for resting, you're wise. You're learning that restoration is warfare too, because when you rise again, you'll do so not from adrenaline, but from peace. You are entering a new rhythm, no longer striving to prove your worth, but resting in it. This is what breaking chains looks like, choosing peace over pressure, presence over performance. Your story isn't slowing down, it's maturing. The strongest trees grow slowly, their roots twisting deep before their branches ever touch the sky. You are becoming one of those trees unmoved by storms, unshaken by seasons. Even your weariness serves a purpose. It teaches you where strength truly comes from, not from perfection, not from willpower, but from the one who never sleeps, never weakens, never forgets the ones he's chosen. So, breathe again. Chosen one. Let the fatigue fall off like dust. Your heart may feel heavy, but heaven calls it holy. Every step forward, no matter how small, is still progress. Before this moment ends, take one small act of faith. Comment below the words, "Still standing." I'll write it not as defiance, but as testimony, because after everything, the storms, the tears, the silence, you're still here. That phrase is not just a sentence, it's a declaration. It tells the world that you refused to be erased, that grace kept you when strength couldn't. And as you write it, let those words echo through your spirit. Feel heaven nod in agreement. You are still standing, and soon you'll be soaring again. There's deep meaning hidden in those two words you just declared, still standing. They aren't just proof of survival, they're a monument of faith. Each letter represents the storms you've walked through, the tears you've sown, the nights you nearly gave up. Yet here you are, upright in spirit, unbroken in heart. To say still standing is to proclaim that darkness failed to bury you. It means your roots went deeper than the quake that tried to undo you. It means heaven's breath has kept you upright when logic said you'd fall. So the next time you whisper those words, remember what they truly mean. You are evidence that grace outlasts gravity. You've endured what others feared, and you still rise. That's not coincidence, that's covenant. That's heaven's mark upon your life, written in resilience. There are signs everywhere, subtle yet sacred, whispering that your victory is closer than you think. Sometimes heaven speaks through coincidence, sometimes through silence, sometimes through the gentle shift in the air when everything starts aligning without explanation. That's what's happening around you right now, prophetic confirmation of victory. You may not see it fully yet, but something in your spirit already knows. The season of unseen labor is turning into visible harvest. The winds have changed direction. The same ground that felt barren is about to bloom. The delay was never denial. It was divine design. You've prayed, waited, obeyed, and wondered if heaven even noticed. But answers have been moving toward you this whole time. Quietly, like dawn creeping over mountains, you are standing in the moments just before the sunrise breaks, the air still cool, the horizon faintly glowing. That soft light you sense inside isn't imagination, it's revelation. Prophetic confirmation doesn't always arrive with trumpets or visions. Sometimes it looks like peace after chaos. Sometimes it's a phone call that comes right when your hope fades. Sometimes it's a line in a message that feels written only for you. Heaven loves subtlety because it wants recognition, not reaction. There's a story about a sailor lost at sea. His ship was broken, his compass gone. For days, he drifted, hopeless. But one night, he noticed the stars reappearing between clouds. They didn't speak, didn't move, didn't shout. They simply were. That was his confirmation. Silent proof that direction still existed. He lifted his sails again and followed the light home. You, too, have those celestial signs scattered through your journey, every flicker of peace, every word that lands softly on your soul, every unexpected door that opens. It's heaven confirming what your heart already heard. You're going to make it. There's no need to panic. No need to chase proof. What's yours is already circling you, waiting for the perfect moment to land. The promise hasn't changed, only your awareness of it is growing. As revealed in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay." Those words are living truth. They breathe across centuries into your situation right now. The vision may have tarried, but it's never been denied. What you've carried in faith is now approaching in form. And while you wait in this sacred in-between, take a moment to breathe in gratitude. This moment, yes, this one is already holy ground. You are standing between prophecy and fulfillment, between promise and proof. Heaven calls this place the proving ground of trust. When gratitude rises, everything shifts. You begin to see with new eyes. You recognize signs not as coincidences, but as confirmations. You realize the waiting itself was never empty. It was where strength was born. It's from this place of fullness, not striving, that we give back. Because when a heart overflows, it naturally spills generosity. That's the beauty of true giving. It's never forced. So, if this message has poured light into your darkness, let that light move outward. When you choose to like or share, you're not just clicking, you're sending confirmation to another weary soul. You're saying, you're not forgotten either. You become part of heaven's network, carrying grace through digital winds to someone on the edge of giving up. When you subscribe, you're not joining a channel, you're joining a flow. You're staying connected to a current that keeps faith alive in daily life. Think of it like tying your small boat to a fleet of hope. We move stronger when we sail together. And if your spirit feels stirred to donate, let it be as natural as exhaling. Giving isn't payment, it's participation. Picture a candle lighting another. It loses nothing but doubles the light. Or think of it as planting a tree along the path you've walked, so that someone coming after you finds shade where you once found heat. Your gift, no matter the size, becomes oxygen for another soul's faith. Every donation is a seed that heaven notices. The soil here is fertile. It's watered with prayer, truth, and love. And when you give freely, it returns not as debt, but as delight. That's the rhythm of divine exchange. Heaven multiplies what's given with sincerity. None of this is demanded. It's invitation, not imposition. It's a gentle reminder that light grows when shared, that hope survives when carried together. Whether your gift is a word, a prayer, or an offering, it matters. It builds invisible bridges across hearts and nations. You are part of something eternal, a chain of unseen hands lifting one another higher. Your act of kindness becomes the spark that ignites restoration in someone else's night. So, if your heart feels moved, act in that softness. Like this message as a quiet Amen. Share it so another wanderer knows they're not alone. Subscribe to stay connected to the heartbeat of heaven's reminders. And if you choose to donate, let it be love's overflow, a candle in another's storm. When you give from joy, you join heaven's rhythm of generosity. What you pour out never leaves you empty. It circles back as peace, as provision, as proof that you are walking under divine confirmation. The sailor reached his shore because he followed the light others ignored. You, too, are following your confirmations, small, steady, holy. Keep your eyes lifted. The stars still shine. The promise still stands. And heaven is smiling at your persistence. You're not waiting in vain. You're waiting in victory. And every act of faith you choose, every click, every gift, every breath of gratitude is another signal to heaven that you see the signs and still believe. There's a moment that arrives in every chosen one's journey when the temptation to turn back feels almost holy. It comes quietly, disguised as wisdom. It says, "You've done enough. Maybe it's time to stop." It doesn't shout, it reasons. It doesn't accuse, it comforts. That is the danger of this temptation. It feels safe, even righteous. You've heard it before. It's the soft voice that whispers when the road stretches too long, when the horizon looks unchanged, when faith feels like a heavy coat in summer heat. It says, "You've walked far enough. No one would blame you for resting here." But heaven doesn't call you to settle where the road grows familiar. It calls you to finish where faith began. The temptation to turn back often comes right before transformation. It's the final test of commitment. The moment the spirit must choose destiny over comfort. Every step you take in obedience pushes against that invisible pull to retreat. And every time you refuse to turn back, something ancient in heaven rejoices. You may not see it, but your persistence ripples through eternity. Angels record it. Generations yet unborn will inherit the strength you built by staying the course. You are part of a story far greater than your fatigue. When Israel stood before the Red Sea, it wasn't Pharaoh that terrified them most, it was uncertainty. They could still see Egypt behind them. Familiar, though cruel. Ahead was mystery. Untested and terrifying. The human heart often prefers the predictable pain of the past to the unknown possibility of the future. That's the root of the temptation to turn back, the false comfort of what you've already survived. But the same God who led you out will never lead you back. The path of purpose only moves forward. The Red Sea always opens in front, never behind. There's a story of a sculptor who spent years carving a single figure from marble. One day, discouraged, he considered abandoning it. "It will never look the way I imagined," he said. But his apprentice replied, "The shape is already in the stone. You just have to keep chipping away until you see it." That's faith. The masterpiece already exists. You are merely unveiling it through endurance. Every time you keep going, you're chiseling away what's temporary to reveal what's eternal. The art of perseverance is the unveiling of divine identity. According to the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart." This isn't a promise of instant reward, it's an assurance of inevitable harvest. The due season comes to those who keep sowing, even when the soil looks barren. The field doesn't grow barren, it grows deeper. Seeds die beneath the surface, only to resurrect at the appointed time. The temptation to turn back is strongest, right before the first sprout breaks through. That's why the enemy fights hardest, near the finish line. The closer you are to promise, the louder the whispers of retreat become. But look back for a moment, not in regret, but in remembrance. Remember the miles you've walked, the nights you survived, the storms you outlasted. You didn't come this far to end in almost. You didn't endure all that refining just to remain unfinished. The fire you walked through wasn't meant to consume you, it was meant to crown you. Think of your journey like climbing a mountain. Halfway up, the air grows thin and the view looks uncertain. The temptation to descend feels logical, safer, easier. But the summit waits just beyond the next steep curve. You can't see it yet, but it's there, veiled by distance. The ones who turn back never know how close they were to glory. And so, heaven whispers, just one more step. That's all it takes. One more prayer. One more act of faith. One more sunrise of obedience. Breakthrough is rarely an explosion. It's an accumulation of small yeses that suddenly open the heavens. There's another image worth remembering: the pottery wheel. Clay spins beneath the potter's hands, shaped by both pressure and patience. If the clay hardens too soon, the vessel cracks. If it's removed too early, it collapses. The potter knows the right moment. You are that vessel spinning, stretching, being shaped. The pressure you feel is precision, not punishment. It's okay to admit you're tired. Heaven never rebukes honesty. But fatigue does not mean failure. Even Jesus rested before resurrection. Rest, then rise, but never retreat. Some days, progress will look like stillness. Other days, it will look like movement. Both are sacred. What matters is direction, always forward, always toward the promise. You may not feel powerful right now, but faith isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet. Persistence, the decision to wake up and believe again. Sometimes it's the whisper, I will not quit today. Every small act of endurance rewrites the atmosphere around you. Every time you choose to keep believing, even without visible proof, heaven expands your capacity to carry blessing. You are being prepared for a weight of glory that requires unshakable endurance. Turning back would mean forfeiting everything built through pain. You've earned this endurance through years of perseverance. You've gathered too much wisdom, too much faith, too much spiritual authority to walk backward now. So keep walking, even if it's slow. Keep believing, even if it's quiet. The summit is closer than it feels. The season is shifting, even if your eyes don't see it yet. The temptation to turn back will always appear as comfort, but comfort never births crowns. Faith does, and your faith is growing stronger in the very place you once wanted to give up. Heaven has seen your struggle, and it's calling your name not to retreat, but to rise. There's still ground to cover, still promises to unfold, still purpose to fulfill. And when you finally stand at the mountaintop, when you look back over the valleys you crossed, you'll understand that the hardest decision to keep going was the one that carried you to glory. You will thank your weary self for refusing to turn back before the first word of your life was spoken. Heaven had already written a covenant over you. You may have discovered it only in fragments, through dreams, through struggles, through that quiet knowing that your steps were never random. But the truth remains. There is a hidden covenant between you and God, sealed long before you understood what destiny meant. It's the reason certain things couldn't destroy you. It's why some paths closed before they could harm you. Why grace caught you, even when you didn't ask. That covenant has been your unseen covering. It has whispered through storms. You belong to me. The hidden covenant doesn't make you flawless. It makes you favored. You were chosen not because of perfection, but because of purpose. God knew your humanity, your questions, your fears, and still, He said, yes. This one, that yes, became your protection. There were seasons when you doubted your own worth, when rejection cut deep and you wondered if maybe you were replaceable. But covenant means you are irreplaceable. Heaven does not mass-produce purpose, it designs it. Every scar, every delay, every detour woven intentionally into the pattern of your story. Some call it coincidence, when mercy appears in unexpected ways. But the chosen know, that's covenant in motion. When you narrowly escaped what could have broken you, covenant intervened. When you felt unworthy but still woke up with breath in your lungs, covenant renewed. When you cried, God, if you still want me, give me a sign, and somehow found peace again, that was covenant replying, I never left. Think of your life like an ancient tapestry, threads of joy and sorrow, triumph and loss, all weaving toward a single image. From the underside, the pattern looks chaotic, knots, tangles, and uneven colors. But from heaven's view, it's beautiful symmetry. The covenant is that unseen design holding every loose thread in purpose. Even when you've broken your own promises, heaven hasn't broken its own. You've wandered, stumbled, hesitated, and heaven still called you mine. The covenant never depended on your consistency. It's anchored in divine mercy. That's why grace keeps finding you in the same places you thought it should have left. According to what is written in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 19, I will betroth you to me forever. I will betroth you in righteousness and justice, in love and compassion. Those words are not metaphor, they are memory. They remind heaven of what was vowed long before time, that nothing can sever what love has sealed. You are not just loved. You are bound to love itself. This covenant explains the divine interruptions in your plans, the sudden redirections, the closed doors you mourned that later revealed themselves as mercy. A covenant doesn't simply protect, it guides, corrects, and repositions. It bends life's chaos toward divine order. You might ask, if I'm under covenant, why does it still hurt? Because covenants aren't made in comfort, they're forged in fire. It's in the furnace that gold discovers its purity. Pain doesn't mean abandonment, it means refinement. The fire reveals what can last forever. There's a story of a young shepherd who lost everything in one storm, his flock scattered, his tools gone. He fell to his knees and cried out, "Why did you let this happen?" And the voice of God answered softly, "Because the sheep were never your treasure, the covenant was." End of section. Years later, that same man led others through the same wilderness he once wept in, and his words healed thousands. He learned what covenant really meant. Loss was never punishment, it was preparation for purpose. That is what's happening to you now. The shaking, the stretching, the surrender. It's not the end of favor, it's the proving of it. You are being reminded that you don't stand in faith because life is gentle. You stand because love is unbreakable. Covenant means your name is written on hands that cannot forget you. It means no darkness can erase your design. Even when you walk through seasons where faith feels faint, The covenant remains louder than your silence. You may not have seen the full picture yet, but heaven never forgets its word. You are walking beneath an invisible promise that says, "This one will not be lost." End quote. Let that truth settle like warmth inside you. Nothing, neither time, nor failure, nor distance can undo what was sealed in divine love. So tonight, take a deep breath and remember, your story is not built on your ability to hold on to God, but on His ability to hold on to you. That's what covenant means. You can let go, but He never will. And now, as a symbolic act of agreement, I invite you to write the number 777 below. Not because it's magic or ritual, but because it represents completion, divine perfection, and fulfilled covenant. 7 is the rhythm of rest, the signature of heaven's promise kept. When you type 777, you're declaring, "I align again with what was written about me." Oh, this simple act becomes a visible echo of an invisible truth. It's you saying, "I still believe the covenant stands." No, you may not feel worthy. You may still be waiting for clarity, but by faith, you're marking this moment as sacred. You're agreeing with heaven that nothing is wasted, nothing forgotten, nothing impossible. Type it slowly, 777, and let each number remind you. 1 for the covenant made, 1 for the covenant kept, 1 for the covenant fulfilled. As you, though, imagine light tracing your name across heaven's scroll again. Feel peace return. That's not imagination, it's remembrance. For you are not lost. You are marked. You are still held under the hidden covenant of everlasting love. There are seasons when heaven seems silent. You pray, but the words echo back. You search for signs and find only stillness. You read the same scriptures that once spoke fire and now they feel like empty ink on paper. In those moments, doubt sneaks in, wearing familiar faces, questions, fears, the ache of waiting too long. You wonder if maybe God has turned away, if your prayers are lost somewhere between here and eternity. But silence, though painful, is never abandonment. Divine silence is not absence, it's atmosphere. It's the sacred stillness where faith is purified and perception matures. Silence is how heaven stretches your hearing, training you to recognize the whisper instead of waiting for the shout. God often hides not to distance Himself, but to deepen you. You are being invited into the kind of faith that listens beyond noise. When everything external falls quiet, the inner ear begins to open. You start to hear subtler sounds, the hum of your own heartbeat, the rhythm of your breathing, the quiet pulse of life still flowing within you. That's how God speaks in silent seasons, through peace that defies reason, through strength that appears without explanation. There's a hidden beauty in unanswered prayers. They teach surrender more perfectly than fulfilled ones ever could. When heaven seems unresponsive, it's never because it's uninterested. It's because the answer is being shaped in dimensions you cannot see yet. Every delay holds design. Every silence hides construction. Imagine a sculptor working on a masterpiece covered with a cloth. The onlookers see nothing happening, but beneath the veil, art is being formed. That's how divine silence works. What feels like inactivity is actually intense creation. The moment the covering lifts, you'll realize heaven was busier than you thought. It's hard, though, isn't it, to pray into a void, to keep showing up when you can't sense His presence. You start questioning your own faith, replaying your decisions, trying to trace where you might have gone wrong. But silence doesn't mean you failed. It means you're trusted. God only falls quiet with those He considers ready to walk by faith, not feeling. There's a rhythm to divine speech, revelation, silence, revelation. The silence in between is not a pause in love. It's the space where trust breathes. It's where you learn to hold on without constant reassurance. That's maturity. That's intimacy. According to what is revealed in the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12, after the earthquake came a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire, and after the fire came a gentle whisper. The prophet Elijah expected God to arrive in grand displays, in earthquakes, in storms, in blazing signs, but the Holy One chose a whisper. The whisper demanded attention, focus, stillness. It required proximity. In the same way, heaven invites you closer in silence. The whisper can only be heard by those who lean in. Maybe this is your whisper season. You've seen the fire before, felt the wind before, but now, all is still. The silence is not punishment, it's invitation. It's God saying, "Come closer. I'm teaching you to recognize me by presence, not performance." Think of silence as a cocoon. It looks like confinement, but it's transformation. Inside, everything dissolves and reforms. The caterpillar loses form to become something entirely new. The cocoon's stillness is not death, it's preparation for wings. In your own silence, something similar is happening. Old fears are melting, old patterns breaking, new strength forming. You may not feel movement, but the change is real. Silence is the womb of new beginnings. There's another story worth remembering. A seed planted deep in the earth hears nothing but darkness for months. No sunlight, no sound, just pressure and soil. But deep inside, the seed knows what silence means. It's not being buried, it's being prepared to sprout. The silence is simply the sound of growth. Heaven hides its voice for a reason. If every prayer brought instant answers, faith would never grow. Silence separates those who seek miracles from those who seek the miracle maker. It transforms your relationship with God from dependency on signs to dependency on love. You've prayed long enough to know that God doesn't play games with His children. If He's quiet, He's working. If He's distant, He's developing. Silence is not the space where God forgets, it's where He forges. You are being refined into someone who no longer panics in pauses, someone who can stand still in peace, even when heaven speaks not a word. That's the strength of saints, the ability to love God even when He says nothing. There will come a moment soon when the silence breaks, and it will all make sense. The answers will come not as explanations, but as fulfillment. You won't need to ask why anymore. You'll simply understand that every delay had purpose. Every silence had meaning. Until that moment, keep your heart open. Keep your spirit quiet enough to catch the whisper. Stop searching for lightning and start noticing the glow of quiet miracles. You're not waiting in emptiness, you're waiting in expectancy. You may not realize it, but heaven loves to surprise those who wait well. The very stillness that frustrates you is also the soil for your next revelation. Every second you remain faithful in silence, your capacity for hearing increases. So don't mistake the quiet for distance. It's actually the sound of closeness, the kind that needs no words. Heaven is nearer than your breath, working between your heartbeats, shaping your story with unseen precision. One day, when you look back, you'll thank God for every silent season. You'll realize that the absence of sound was the presence of shaping. You'll understand that silence never meant he left. It meant he trusted you enough to grow in the dark. Keep walking through the quiet. Chosen one, there's a whisper waiting on the other side. There comes a time when you realize that you were never just another person walking through life. You were born for war. Not the kind fought with weapons or words, but the war of the unseen, the eternal struggle between light and darkness, purpose and distraction, truth and deception. You were designed, chosen, and equipped to stand in the middle of that battle and bring heaven's light into places where shadows once ruled. This isn't a battle that begins when you're ready. It begins when you're born. Every chosen one arrives on earth with a divine assignment stamped upon their soul. And from the very start, the world begins to resist it. That's why your path has never been smooth. It's not because you're cursed, it's because you're called. Every hardship you've faced has been part of your training. Every heartbreak has sharpened your discernment. Every loss has deepened your empathy. The fires you've walked through have not disfigured you, they've forged you. You are not a victim of your story. You are the weapon heaven crafted through it. From the outside, people say endurance, but in the spirit, what shines through you is authority. You carry the weight of someone who has fought private wars and still chosen light. That choice again and again is what terrifies darkness. The enemy doesn't fear your strength, he fears your persistence. The greatest soldiers of heaven don't fight for recognition. They fight because they know their assignment carries eternal consequence. And you, though you may doubt it sometimes, are one of them. Think back on all the battles you've survived, the silent betrayals, the nights of loneliness, the seasons of confusion. Each one seemed senseless at the time, but together they were your spiritual training ground. You've been learning endurance, strategy, humility, and compassion. You've been shaped to carry light without arrogance, to wield truth without cruelty. You were not made to live an ordinary life. Ordinary paths would have been too small to contain your purpose. That's why you've never fit easily. Why you've felt different, even in rooms filled with people. The mark of a warrior is isolation before influence. Sometimes you've wondered, why me? Why this much pressure? This much pain? Because heaven doesn't invest deeply in the unassigned. Heavy callings come with heavy preparation. You've been trained in shadows so you can stand unshaken in the spotlight of destiny. Picture yourself as a sword in a blacksmith's hands. The heat, the hammering, the shaping, they were never punishment. They were process. The master doesn't waste fire. Every strike was forming precision. Every burn was refining purpose. When you emerge, you won't just glint, you'll gleam with function. According to what is written in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 2, verse 3, endure hardship with us like a good soldier of Christ Jesus. That single sentence carries the essence of your journey. Soldiers don't wait for easy seasons. They train in every condition. Their endurance isn't born in peace, it's forged in conflict. You've been enduring, not because life is cruel, but because heaven is conditioning you for greater ground. There's a reason your battles intensified right before your breakthrough. The closer light gets to revealing itself, The harder darkness fights to keep it covered. But the outcome has already been written. You win. Not because of might, but because your spirit refuses to yield. Some days, the war isn't external at all. It's internal, fighting fear, discouragement, and the temptation to quit. But even those moments serve purpose. Every time you silence fear with faith, you fortify the walls of your soul. Every time you choose hope when despair feels easier, you expand your authority in the Spirit. The battles you face aren't always about you. They're about what will be birthed through you. Your victory becomes someone else's permission to believe again. Your perseverance becomes the pattern that others follow when they can't see the way. You are fighting for generations, not just for yourself. The enemy knew your potential long before you did. That's why he attacked you early. Why he targeted your confidence, your identity, your relationships. He wanted to stop you before you realized who you were. But you survived long enough to discover it. And now the battle has shifted. You're no longer fighting to survive. You're fighting to advance. There's power in understanding that you were born for this. It brings peace in chaos, clarity in confusion, and strength in weakness. You no longer waste energy asking, "Why is this happening?" Instead, you begin to declare, "This is what I was made for." And you are not at war because you're cursed. You're at war because you're crowned. The presence of opposition is proof of position. Heaven has placed something inside you that hell can't ignore. And though the attacks come, they only reveal how much power you carry. Think of a lighthouse on a stormy coast. The waves crash. The wind screams. Yet the light remains unmoved. Ships far away depend on that single beam to find their way home. You are that lighthouse in someone else's storm. Your endurance is illumination. Your faith is direction. Every victory you claim, no matter how small, adds another stone to the bridge between despair and hope. You're building paths for others through your perseverance. That's what warriors do. They clear the way. This calling will ask much of you, yes, but it will also give much back. It will gift you with peace that cannot be shaken, clarity that no chaos can steal, and a sense of belonging that no rejection can erase. Remember, warriors are not fearless, they're faithful. Courage isn't the absence of trembling, it's the decision to move while trembling. Every step you've taken through fear has been recorded in heaven as victory. So when the next battle comes, and it will stand with quiet confidence, the field may change, but the outcome is the same. You've been built for victory. The same power that raised you before will raise you again. And when the dust settles and silence returns, you'll realize that every strike, every scar, every sleepless night was evidence of one eternal truth. You were born for this war, and heaven has never left your side. Time is shifting. Heaven's clock has moved to its final countdown over your season of struggle. You can feel it, can't you? The air around you carries a strange anticipation, like the moment before dawn when the sky holds its breath. This is not an ending, it's a divine turning. The heaviness you've carried is about to become the evidence of your transformation. You've endured so much, fought long, and waited faithfully. And though your body feels tired, your spirit knows something sacred is approaching. The battle is almost over. The long night is giving way to first light. Heaven has been counting every act of endurance, every moment you chose to stand, every tear you refuse to let silence. You've reached the threshold where testing turns into testimony. There's an image heaven often uses for moments like this, the final heartbeat before birth. When a woman gives birth, the pain intensifies right before delivery. Her body trembles, her breath quickens, and she wonders if she can go any further. But that pain isn't punishment, it's transition. It's the signal that life is about to arrive. That's you now. This pressure you feel isn't a curse, it's a countdown. The Lord is saying, "Hold steady. I am completing what I began." Oh no, you're not behind. You're not late. You're right on time for the fulfillment of every word spoken over your life. The battle's intensity was never proof of defeat. It was proof of proximity. You are closer than you realize. According to what is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." That is heaven's promise, and heaven never breaks its word. Every unfinished part of your story will be completed, not because of your effort, but because of divine faithfulness. You are being brought to the moment of unveiling. Now, in this sacred pause before your victory manifests, breathe. Let peace settle where anxiety once lived. You don't have to fight for every answer anymore. You just have to trust that the work is still unfolding. And as you stand here, between the almost and the arrival, you have a chance to pour back into the same flow that has poured into you. If these words have met you in your wilderness, if they've been light in your waiting, then let that gratitude become motion. When you like or share this message, you're not simply reacting, you're releasing. You're sending a spark into another soul's night. Maybe someone you'll never meet will find this message at the exact moment they need hope. Your small act becomes the echo that rescues another. When you subscribe, think of it not as following a page, but as joining a pilgrimage. Each word that comes will be another stone on the path of your restoration. It's how we walk together through these divine moments, step by step, faith by faith. And if your heart feels led to donate, do so not out of obligation, but as a sacred gesture of partnership. Imagine a single candle burning in the dark. Someone walks by and cups their hands around it to protect the flame. That's what your giving does. It shelters the fire that keeps spreading warmth across the world. Or picture a traveler pausing beside a well. They drink deeply. Then, before leaving, they pour a little water back in so the next weary traveler can drink too. Your donation is that moment. It ensures the well never runs dry. Every contribution, no matter how small, becomes part of the story heaven is telling through these words. It's not about money, it's about meaning. It's about saying, "This light reached me, and I want it to reach others." No, there's something beautiful about giving when no one demands it. It transforms the ordinary into the holy. The same grace that touched you through this message will move through you towards someone else. That's the divine rhythm. Received grace becomes released grace. So, if you feel that quiet nudge, respond gently. Like this message to agree with it. Share it so light travels further. Subscribe to stay close to the current of encouragement. And if your spirit whispers, donate, do it freely, joyfully. Knowing you're not being asked, you're being invited. Heaven keeps a record of the hands that keep its flame alive. Every act of generosity becomes a note in a song of gratitude that never stops playing. You become part of a legacy of light that continues long after the words fade from the screen. Your giving, your engagement, your prayers, all of them build unseen bridges between souls. They tell heaven, I'm still part of this story. Before you leave this moment, write one small phrase below, I'm ready. Not as a command, but as a confirmation. It means you recognize heaven's clock moving, and you're choosing to walk with it. It's your quiet, yes, the same yes that started this journey, now echoing at its completion. Remember, chosen one. This is not manipulation, it's multiplication. When love flows, it multiplies. When generosity breathes, it creates space for more miracles to be born. As you step into this next chapter, know that your obedience, your endurance, and even your smallest acts of support are all threads woven into the same divine fabric. Together, they tell one powerful truth: light always wins. The countdown to your breakthrough has already begun. Heaven's hourglass is turning, and the moment of completion is near. Keep watching the horizon. Your dawn is almost here, and every hand that lifts another, every word shared, every seed sown, only hastens the sunrise. You're not just part of a message, you're part of a movement, a gathering of souls who believe that hope still heals, that light still guides, and that faith still works. So, as this section closes, pause for a moment. Feel gratitude rising. Whisper softly, thank you, because you've just witnessed heaven's countdown begin, and soon you'll see it fulfilled. There comes a point in every journey when the pressure reaches its peak, when it feels like the very ground beneath you is trembling. It's the breaking point. You've felt it before, the place where strength seems to evaporate, where you begin to wonder if faith itself is fading. And yet, paradoxically, this is also where breakthrough begins. You may not recognize it yet, but heaven's rhythm is unfolding precisely here. The breaking point is not destruction, it's the divine hinge between endings and beginnings. What looks like collapse is actually creation's first motion. The soil must crack before the seed can rise. You've been standing faithfully, holding promises that feel heavy now. You've waited long enough for the answers to come, and still, silence lingers. You whisper prayers that barely sound like words anymore. You've said, Lord, I don't know if I can do this again. But even in that whisper, there's faith, weak faith. Yes, but faith nonetheless. The smallest spark is still fire in heaven's sight. The truth is, every chosen one faces this threshold. It's the narrow place where comfort ends and courage begins. When all outer strength fades, inner strength is born. You think you're breaking, but you're only bending toward a greater alignment. Think of a bow in an archer's hands. The string must be pulled back. So far it almost seems it will snap. But that tension is necessary. It's in that stretch that the arrow gains power. The bow doesn't break, it prepares. So it is with you. The tension you feel is not the prelude to failure, it's the preparation for flight. Heaven often allows the breaking point because it wants to prove what cannot be destroyed. It's the same with clay on the potter's wheel. When the vessel cracks, the potter doesn't discard it. He wets the clay again and reshapes it. The breaking only reveals what still needs molding. Pain, when yielded to purpose, become prophecy. Every tear shed here becomes a seed planted in tomorrow's harvest. The greater the breaking, the deeper the roots of transformation. You've been asking for breakthrough. And heaven has answered, but not always in the way you expected. Sometimes breakthrough comes disguised as breaking. Sometimes God answers prayers by removing what you thought you needed most, leaving space for what He intended all along. According to what is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 18, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. That verse isn't poetic comfort, it's divine geography. It tells you where God resides, near the broken. He's not distant, watching your pain from afar. He's in the fragments, in the cracks, in the very place that feels least holy. Heaven does its best work in broken soil. The breaking point reveals two truths: what you've built in your own strength and what only grace can sustain. Once you see that difference, surrender becomes easier. You stop fighting to hold everything together and start trusting the one who can rebuild better than before. Think of a sunrise. The sky doesn't burst into light instantly. It begins with breaking darkness, a line, faint at first, then widening until the whole world glows. The breaking of night is not destruction, it's transformation. Your breaking is that same dawn in disguise. It's okay to cry. Tears are the language of release. They water the ground of your heart so that joy can take root again. Sometimes the holiest thing you can do is let go of control, of timing, of understanding. Letting go isn't losing faith, it's proving it. There's something sacred about falling apart in God's presence. When you finally stop performing strength, you make room for His. When you drop the mask and whisper, "I can't carry this," heaven responds, "You were never meant to." And in that surrender, power is reborn. In that quiet collapse, peace enters. The very moment you call it the end, heaven calls it the turning. You may feel fragile now, but fragile things in God's hands become instruments of strength. Broken bread feeds more than whole loaves ever could. Cracked soil grows more fruit than unturned ground. Wounded hearts carry more compassion than those that never bled. Your breaking is expanding your capacity for love, empathy, and depth. The world sees breaking as loss. Heaven sees it as opening. What's breaking is only the shell, the protective casing around something greater. You can't carry new glory in old containers. That's why things have to fall apart first. Look back for a moment at other seasons when you thought you were finished. Every time, didn't something unexpected rise from the ruins? The same will happen here. What's collapsing isn't your calling, it's just the scaffolding that carried it this far. Heaven allows breaking, so you'll discover you're stronger than your circumstances and softer than your pain. Both truths coexist. Strength keeps you standing, softness keeps you human. There will come a day when you look back and thank this season not for its pain, but for its purification. You'll realize you needed to lose certain things so that what's eternal could finally take root. You'll see that the cracks in your foundation weren't failure, they were invitations for light to enter. You are not being dismantled, you're being redesigned. The pressure isn't punishment, it's precision. What's forming now will not easily break again. And when you rise from this, as you surely will, your faith will be quieter but unshakable. Your hope will be gentler but unbreakable. Your love will be stronger because it will have been tested in fire and found genuine. This breaking will become the place of your testimony, You'll speak peace into others because you'll know what pain feels like. You'll carry grace for others because you'll remember how much you needed it yourself. So, let the breaking happen. Don't fight it. Trust it. Because within every breaking point, heaven hides a blueprint for breakthrough. And soon, you'll see what felt like an ending was really the beginning of everything new. When everything around you begins to change, there's a sacred disorientation that comes with it. Familiar things lose their shape. Safe spaces grow quiet. Even victories start to feel small. It's the strange moment between what was and what will be, the divine transition. You've entered that place before. It feels like walking through fog. You can sense motion, but you can't see direction. You pray, but answers come slower than before. You wait, and the waiting stretches longer than seems fair. That tension isn't failure, it's transformation. You are being ushered out of one identity and into another, from what was comfortable to what is called. Heaven's transitions rarely come wrapped in clarity. They come wrapped in confusion, because confusion forces dependence. God removes what's predictable to make room for what's prophetic. He lets old rhythms die so new songs can rise. You're in that sacred in-between now. It's not punishment, it's passage. The wilderness is not meant to destroy you. It's meant to reveal who you are without the noise of who you were. Everything you've been losing lately, certain people, old patterns, outdated desires, none of it is coincidence. Heaven is decluttering your destiny. Some doors must close so that what's divine can enter unobstructed. Transition feels cruel because it tears away the scaffolding you've leaned on for too long. But scaffolding is only meant for construction. Once the structure is strong, it's removed. You've been in spiritual construction for years. And now, heaven is pulling away the props. It's not rejection, it's readiness. Think of a butterfly. The cocoon that once protected it eventually becomes too tight. The struggle to break free is painful, even bloody, but the fight is necessary. Without it, wings would never strengthen enough to fly. You are in your cocoon's final stretch, pressing against limitations that can't hold you anymore. The pressure is not your end, it's your emergence. Transition doesn't come with explanations, but it always comes with signs. The signs are small. Your spirit feels restless. Old passions fade. New dreams awaken. You sense heaven whispering. It's time, not to rush, but to release. Not to strive, but to step forward in trust. According to what is written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." End of from. That command wasn't just for a soldier entering new land, it was for every heart stepping into unfamiliar promise. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the decision to move even while afraid. Joshua had to cross a literal river to enter destiny. You, too, must cross your invisible rivers, habits, memories, identities that no longer fit. Crossing requires courage because you can't take everything with you. You must travel light. The hardest part of transition isn't stepping forward, it's letting go. Letting go of people who no longer walk your pace. Letting go of versions of yourself that no longer serve your purpose. Letting go of expectations that once guided you, but now limit you. Heaven knows it's not easy. You're human. You've built comfort around certain patterns, even if they hurt you. Change feels like loss until growth reveals itself. But every shedding leads to shaping. Every release becomes renewal. You are not being emptied. You are being prepared for overflow. Before new wine can fill a vessel, the old must be poured out. Before a garden can bloom, old roots must be uprooted. You can't carry new blessings in outdated containers. Sometimes God removes what's good to make space for what's glorious. It's hard to accept in the moment, but later, when you look back, you'll see divine fingerprints all over the dismantling. There's a rhythm to this transformation. You feel it deep down, a quiet pulse of movement, even when everything looks still. That's how heaven works. Subtle, steady, sure. And though it feels like wandering, you are not lost. You are being guided step by step, as carefully as a sculptor carving marble. Each chip might sting, but the shape that emerges will astonish you. The in-between can feel lonely. You'll find yourself surrounded by fewer voices, and that silence can sting. But remember, crowds accompany chaos. Solitude surrounds calling. When God draws you into isolation, it's because He wants your undivided attention. He's not taking company away. He's creating capacity. In this season, don't rush clarity. Rest in curiosity. Ask not why, but what now? Not in frustration, but in faith. The map won't appear all at once. It will unfold as you walk. That's how trust works. Look at Abraham leaving home without knowing where he was going. Look at Moses standing before a sea with no bridge in sight. Look at Peter stepping onto water that shouldn't have held him. Each of them entered transition blind, but they walked by trust, and trust built testimony. So, don't despise your fog. Don't curse your wilderness. The ground may look barren, but roots are forming. Growth is happening underground. Invisible, yet inevitable. You'll know the transition is nearing completion when peace begins to replace panic. The old anxiety will no longer grip you the same way. You'll wake up one day, look around, and realize you've changed. Not because the world shifted, but because you did. And that's the moment heaven has been waiting for. Not when circumstances catch up, but when your spirit aligns. Every divine transition has a sound, the quiet click of alignment when heart, purpose, and destiny meet. You're close to that sound now. Soon, the fog will lift. The path will open. The confusion will turn into clarity. And what once felt heavy will suddenly make sense. When you arrive there, you won't even remember the chaos with resentment. You'll remember it with gratitude. Because without this transition, you would have remained safe, but small. You were never meant to stay small. You were meant to expand, to evolve, to rise. So let this in-between season do its work. Let it peel away what's temporary and reveal what's eternal. The fog is not your enemy. It's the cloud of glory preparing to reveal something new. Walk slowly. Breathe deeply. Trust completely. You are not being lost. You are being led. Every soul has a moment when it finally realizes this wasn't random. The pain, the pauses, the detours, all of it had pattern. What felt like delay was actually design. And what felt like punishment was preparation. You are beginning to see it now, aren't you? The alignment, the timing, the meaning behind what once made no sense. It's like the pieces of a long, complicated puzzle finally snapping into place. For years, you've been staring at fragments, wondering if they would ever connect. But now, one by one, they are forming an image, a reflection of who you've become through everything you've endured. That's the beauty of divine hindsight. When you look back, you see not chaos, but choreography. What tried to break you was secretly building you. Every disappointment, every heartbreak, every unanswered prayer was quietly shaping the masterpiece of your destiny. You've been carried through storms that would have drowned others. You've walked through fires that refined you instead of consuming you. And though you carry scars, they glow like gold threads in the tapestry of your story, proof that grace never left. There's a shift happening inside you now. You can feel it. The heaviness that once clouded your spirit is starting to lift. You are beginning to breathe easier. I think clearer, and hope again. That's not coincidence, that's resurrection. You are stepping out of survival mode into sacred purpose. But here's the truth. Before resurrection comes recognition, you must first recognize that what you carry isn't ordinary. You've been entrusted with light that can lead others out of darkness. The things you've overcome aren't just memories, they're weapons forged for those still fighting their battles. When you speak now, your words carry weight, not because you're perfect, but because you've lived what others are still learning. Your life has become a sermon without a pulpit, a living testimony that endurance produces glory. There's a verse that captures this moment perfectly, as written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. Oh, what you've endured wasn't wasted, it was invested. Heaven never allows pain without purpose. You have been earning eternal weight, not in suffering itself, but in what the suffering produced: wisdom, humility, strength, compassion. It's like a field that's been plowed too deep. At first, it looks ruined, soil overturned, roots exposed. But that's exactly what prepares it to hold the next harvest. You've been that field. Every deep cut, every uprooting has made you fertile for miracles. And now, heaven whispers again, the time for blooming has come. You are about to see restoration that doesn't just return what was lost, it multiplies it. The relationships that broke, the seasons that seemed stolen, the peace you thought you'd never feel again, all of it is coming back, refined and renewed. But this time, you'll recognize it. You'll handle blessings differently because you understand their weight. You'll love without fear, serve without pride, and give without condition. That's what healed people do. They pour out freely because they know what it costs to be restored. You've graduated from surviving to sowing. What once hurt you now fuels you. What once silenced you now speaks through you. Heaven has turned your wounds into wells where others will drink strength. The shift you're feeling isn't emotional, it's prophetic. It's heaven marking the end of an old chapter. You no longer live in the season of explanation, you live in the season of manifestation. What you believed for in tears is about to appear in form. But pause for a moment and honor how far you've come. You've held faith through droughts of hope. You've stood still when everything screamed, "Run." You've kept believing when proof was nowhere to be found. That's not small, that's sacred endurance. You see, God doesn't always celebrate with noise. Sometimes heaven honors faithfulness with peace. The quiet around you isn't emptiness, it's reverence. It's the sound of heaven bowing to the strength it helped you build. You may not have realized it, but you've become the kind of person who walks into rooms and shifts the atmosphere. Light travels with you now. People feel it before you speak. That's what happens when glory settles in a soul. It radiates without effort. So take this moment to seal it, to declare that you see what heaven has done, and you choose to walk in it fully. Type the number 888 inches, the comments below. Not for superstition, but as a sign of revelation. 8 represents new beginnings. Infinite renewal. The unending loop of divine favor. 3/8, 888, symbolize overflowing restoration. The complete circle of resurrection, life. When you write it, you're not just typing numbers. You're proclaiming, I am walking into my new beginning. You're acknowledging that the old has done its work, and the new is ready to unfold. Each 8 you type carries its own meaning. The first 8 speaks of what once died and was buried, the seasons you had to release, the versions of yourself that could no longer stay. The second 8 tells the story of what endured and was refined, the resilience that grew out of pain, the wisdom born from waiting. And the third 8 proclaims what now rises, radiant and restored, the new life, the new you, shaped by grace and ready for glory. You are all 3 in one. You've lived the death of old seasons, endured the refining of trials, and now you rise into the fullness of purpose. So, as you write 888, see it as an altar, a digital stone of remembrance. You're leaving a mark in the same space where words once met you in weakness. Now, they meet you in strength. The act itself becomes prophetic. It's a statement to heaven and to yourself. I am done with surviving. I'm ready to thrive. And when you type it, take a breath. Feel how it settles inside you, not as emotion, but as certainty. The same God who walked you through loss is now leading you into life. Your story is proof that endings are simply disguised beginnings. And the number you've just written, 888, is the seal that your new beginning has already begun. There is a sacred quiet that follows transformation. After every storm, the sky always hesitates for a moment before the light fully returns. That silence is where you are now, the soft pause between endings and beginnings. The war inside you has calmed. The voices that once shouted have gone still. And what remains is something rare, peace that does not demand understanding. It feels different this time, doesn't it? You no longer wake up bracing for battle. The need to prove, to rush, to fix everything has finally loosened its grip. You're beginning to breathe differently, as if your lungs are remembering what rest feels like. This isn't idleness, it's sacred recovery. Heaven always builds new life out of rest. You've spent years climbing mountains of endurance, fighting unseen wars, carrying promises through deserts. And now, heaven says, lay the sword down for a while, not because the mission is over, but because you've reached the part of the story where strength is sustained, not spent. You are entering the rhythm of peace, the space where God teaches you that victory is not only about fighting well, but also about knowing when to be still. Stillness is not weakness, it's strategy. Stillness is where revelation gathers strength. In the still moments, heaven reorders what the storm scattered. And if you listen carefully, you'll realize that the stillness is not empty. It's alive with whispers of new instructions. You've been conditioned to equate motion with meaning. But some of the greatest miracles are born in quiet places. The resurrection happened in a sealed tomb. Destiny often takes its first breath where noise has died. So if your world has grown quiet, it's not abandonment, it's alignment. Heaven silences what's unnecessary so you can hear what's eternal. You may feel unfamiliar in this new peace. When you've lived long in survival, calm can feel foreign. You find yourself waiting for chaos, bracing for the next blow. But this time, nothing's coming to steal your peace. This calm isn't temporary, it's inheritance. The same God who walked you through storms now teaches you to enjoy the sunlight, according to what is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 15. In quietness and in trust shall be your strength. Lo, that verse isn't poetic sentiment, it's divine principle. Quietness and trust are not passive, they're powerful. They anchor your spirit deeper than any external control ever could. You're learning that strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it simply rests and believes. In this peace, new clarity begins to form. You start seeing your past differently, not as a collection of pain, but as preparation. You stop mourning what you lost and start understanding what it built in you. Every unanswered prayer, every tear, every delay, they were all teachers. They gave you a kind of wisdom no textbook could ever contain. Now, when you look back, you don't feel bitterness. You feel gratitude. The very roads that once broke you now serve as proof that you were carried. You no longer need to defend your scars. They've become your credentials. Each one tells a story of survival, of transformation, of grace. The past no longer owns you. It has become a reference, not a residence. That's the fruit of peace. You can finally look at what hurt you and no longer feel the sting. You can remember without reliving. This kind of peace changes how you move through the world. You begin to respond instead of react. You stop chasing validation because you've learned that value is not up for debate. You stop competing with others because you understand that purpose cannot be compared. You start walking slower, not because you're uncertain, but because you're deliberate. You know now that what's meant for you won't rush away. The people who once misunderstood you will start to notice something different. They'll sense authority in your calm. You'll speak less, but your words will carry more weight. You'll enter rooms without trying to be seen. Yet the atmosphere will shift because peace always carries presence. The lessons you've learned in silence are preparing you for leadership that doesn't seek control, but carries compassion. True authority doesn't come from power, it comes from peace. The one who can remain calm in chaos becomes the compass for others. You are being shaped into that compass. You won't need to shout to be heard, you'll just need to stand in truth. Your peace will speak louder than noise ever could. This stillness is also where God begins to reveal the next layer of your calling, not a new assignment, but a deeper expression of the same one. You're not changing direction, you're changing dimension. You've graduated from striving to stewarding. You're no longer asking, "What do I need to do?" but rather, "Who do I need to become to carry what's next?" And that's the secret heaven has been teaching you all along. Destiny is less about doing and more about becoming. You can't carry divine responsibility with human restlessness. Peace is the foundation of authority. Think of a lake at dawn. When the surface is still, it reflects the sky perfectly. But when it's disturbed, the reflection shatters. You are that lake. When your heart is calm, Heaven's image becomes clear within you. When peace reigns, guidance flows naturally. You don't need to chase divine direction, it finds you in stillness. Don't rush this moment. This is not a pause before more chaos. This is your new normal, the beginning of stability. You've been built for endurance, now you're being established for longevity. The foundation has been tested. It can finally hold what's coming. Let this peace reshape you. Let it settle into your bones until it becomes your posture, not just your feeling. Let it teach you how to rest even in responsibility, how to trust even without clarity, how to breathe without bracing. Soon, you'll notice that even in new challenges, your response will be different. The same winds that once shook you will now find you unmoved. You'll smile at storms because you've learned their language. You know now that every wave bows to peace. That's what maturity feels like, unshaken stillness. Not from ignorance, but from intimacy. You've seen too much of God's faithfulness to fear the unknown. So, rest now. Let the silence wash over you like morning light. Let gratitude replace striving. Let the stillness speak. For you are not in the waiting anymore. You are in the becoming. And in this sacred quiet, heaven whispers, not instructions, but identity. It says simply, peace is who you've always been. Emd. The road you've walked has not been easy. But look at you now, still standing, still shining, still believing. Every scar tells a story of faith that refused to die. You have become the kind of soul that storms respect. You've learned that light doesn't beg darkness to leave, it simply shines until shadows disappear. You are living proof that God finishes what He starts. The fact that you're still here means the promise is still alive. The pain didn't end your purpose, it revealed it. And now, heaven is inviting you to step into a softer season, one not defined by striving, but by sharing. There's a reason peace has settled over you lately. It's not an ending, it's an invitation to pour out what you've gained. Every revelation, every word that healed you, every reminder that helped you breathe again, was never meant to stay only with you. It was meant to flow through you. That's how the kingdom works. What you receive becomes what you release. Just as rivers never drink their own water, you were never meant to hoard what heaven gives. Grace flows best through open hands. And if these words have touched you, if they've helped you lift your head on heavy days, or reminded you that your life still matters, then take this moment to let gratitude become participation. You don't have to do it loudly or dramatically. Just let your heart whisper, "Thank you, Lord." That whisper is the first form of giving. But if you feel moved to go further, there are gentle ways to keep this light moving. When you like or share this message, you're not just helping a post travel, you're sending hope across invisible highways. You're placing a spark in someone's midnight scroll, the same way someone once did for you. When you subscribe, think of it like joining a circle around a fire. Each new soul that gathers makes the flame grow warmer, the reach grow wider. The words you receive here are not just for comfort, they're for connection, a reminder that you're part of something divine and alive. And if your heart feels stirred to donate, let it be from that same peace, not pressure. Giving is not an obligation, it's an echo. When you give, you're saying, "I believe this light should keep shining." Oh, imagine a lighthouse on a rocky shore. Its beam cuts through darkness so ships can find their way home. But the light only continues because someone tends the flame. A small gift of oil keeps the fire burning through the night. That's what your giving does. It keeps the light alive for someone who's still at sea. Or think of a single seed planted in rich soil. It seems small at first, almost insignificant, but in time, it grows into a tree that shelters others from the sun. Your donation is that seed. What you sow today becomes tomorrow's shade for someone weary. This space, the words you read, the peace you feel exists because someone before you believed in the mission enough to pour a little oil, to plant a little seed. They gave, not out of wealth, but out of love. And now, you are sitting in the harvest of their kindness. Every time someone gives, heaven multiplies it in ways unseen. Maybe you'll never know who your gift touches: a teenager on the edge, a mother praying for strength, a stranger fighting silent battles, but heaven will. Heaven always remembers generosity born of gratitude. And if you can't give, don't feel small. Your prayer, your time, your sharing, those are gifts too. Every act of kindness becomes another stone in this temple of hope that heaven is building through us all. There's beauty in supporting something bigger than yourself. It makes you part of a chain of grace that stretches farther than your eyes can see. H-link matters. Each heart that believes keeps the current flowing. So, if you feel led, act in love. Like this message, if it spoke to you, share it to let someone else breathe easier tonight. Subscribe so you can keep walking with us through the words that bring light. And if your heart whispers, yes, donate joyfully, knowing that you are not being asked, you are being invited to help keep the fire burning. Heaven takes notice of cheerful givers, not because of what they give, but because of the love behind it. Your generosity is seen, your faith is felt, and your light will never go unnoticed. What we build together here is not a platform, it's a sanctuary. A small corner of the world where weary hearts find rest and remember who they are. Together, we keep it alive. So breathe, smile, and do only what peace leads you to do. Because, in the end, every act of love, no matter how small, reaches farther than we can imagine. And when you give, in any form, whether a word, a prayer, or a gift, it becomes a ripple that never dies. Someone, somewhere, will feel its warmth without even knowing your name. That's how divine kindness works. It travels unseen, touching lives in ways we may never witness. But heaven records it all. So let peace guide your generosity, not pressure. Let love move your hands, not guilt. You are not financing words, you are fueling miracles. Every drop of kindness you release is proof that you're still part of God's ongoing story of hope, light, and restoration. Every great awakening begins in stillness, not in noise, not in crowds, but in the quiet realization that something inside you has shifted for good. You can feel it now, the subtle hum of rebirth. You've outgrown what once fit, and though it feels strange, this stretching is holy. You're not falling apart. You're expanding into the person heaven always saw in you. There's a difference between existing and awakening. Existing means breathing, but never noticing the air. Awakening means seeing beauty again in what you once ignored: the morning light, the sound of laughter, the pulse of your own heartbeat. It's the moment when you remember that you were never meant to just survive. You were meant to live. This awakening doesn't come with thunder. It arrives like sunrise, slow but unstoppable. Light edges over the horizon, touching what was once hidden, revealing that there's still color where you thought everything had gone gray. You're realizing that joy didn't leave you, it just waited for you to open your eyes again. For a long time, you've been walking through life, half awake, doing what needed to be done, keeping promises, staying strong. But deep down, you knew there was more. That quiet ache you've carried wasn't emptiness, it was invitation. Heaven has been calling you, softly but persistently, saying, "Wake up, my child. There's still more to see." You are now standing at that threshold. The fog is lifting. The world looks new. And your heart feels tender again. This is not the same strength you had before. It's gentler, wiser, more anchored in grace. You no longer chase meaning, you carry it. According to what is written in the book of Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 14, "Awake, O sleeper, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you." Oh, that call was never meant for the physically asleep. It's a summons to every soul that has forgotten its fire. It's heaven's trumpet to those who've dimmed their own light out of exhaustion or fear. And now, that trumpet sounds for you. You are awakening. You're remembering who you were before pain tried to rename you. You're seeing that your worth was never lost. It was simply waiting to be reclaimed. You've been through seasons that dulled your sparkle, people who made you question your voice, storms that silenced your laughter. But your laughter is coming back. Your dreams are breathing again. You're remembering that you were created not just to endure life, but to illuminate it. It's easy to mistake numbness for peace, but they're not the same. Numbness says, "Don't feel." Peace says, "You're safe to feel again." You're stepping into the latter. The walls you built for survival are crumbling, not to expose you, but to free you. You're safe now, safe to love, to hope, to be fully alive again. Think of a field after winter, how lifeless it seems, how barren, yet beneath the frost, roots have been waiting, resting, preparing for bloom. The season didn't kill them, it matured them. You, too, are that field. What looked like loss was incubation. What felt like emptiness was preparation. And now, spring is whispering your name. You'll notice it in small ways. First, the way gratitude rises without reason. The way you pause before rushing. The way peace feels like your natural state instead of a rare gift. This is awakening, seeing God's fingerprints in ordinary moments. You're not who you were. And that's the miracle. The person who once lived in reaction now lives in revelation. The one who once clung to control now walks in trust. This is spiritual maturity, not knowing everything, but resting in the one who does. Awakening doesn't mean you'll never face darkness again. It means you'll never confuse darkness for destiny. You'll move through pain without letting it redefine you. You'll stand in uncertainty and still say, "God is here." Heaven has been waiting for you to reach this place, not perfection, but awareness. Awareness that you were never abandoned, even in your deepest night. Awareness that grace didn't just visit you, it lives in you. Now your task is simple, to keep the light awake. Feed it with gratitude, protect it with peace, and share it freely with those still walking through the fog. You're not just awakening for yourself, you're becoming a lighthouse for others. So, take this moment, and seal it with declaration. Write in the comments below these simple words, "I rise again." And it's not just a sentence, it's a proclamation. It says, "My slumber is over. My heart beats with purpose again. My faith breathes again." When you write it, you're not just typing, you're testifying. You're aligning your words with what heaven already knows, that resurrection is not coming. It's happening. Let those words echo through your spirit. Say them aloud if you need to. Iriza again. Let it feel like a stretch after a long sleep, like the first deep breath after years of shallow ones. This is your moment of awakening the sacred return to yourself. And as you rise, carry this truth gently but firmly. You are not behind. You are being reborn right on schedule. Every detour brought you here. Every delay protected you. Every pain pushed you closer to purpose. Awakening is not a single moment. It's a lifetime posture. It's choosing to stay open, to stay soft, to stay believing, even when the world hardens around you. It's remembering daily that you were chosen, not just to exist, but to radiate. So open your eyes, stretch your soul, and step into this new light. This is your dawn, and the world is brighter because you're awake. There is a kind of silence that doesn't feel empty but full alive, with the sense that something unseen is happening. You can feel it in your bones, though you can't name it yet. It's not fear. It's not waiting. It's something deeper settling. The peace that comes after surrender. You're no longer fighting the current. You've learned how to float. For the first time in years, you're not trying to control the direction of every wave. You've begun to trust the tide, to believe that even when you drift, you're being carried somewhere divine. This is what spiritual maturity feels like. Peace in motion. There was a time when uncertainty terrified you. You needed every answer in advance. Every promise to come quickly. Every door to open on your schedule. But heaven has been teaching you that faith isn't a forecast, it's a walk. You don't need to know the whole map when you trust the one guiding the way. The storms that once broke your confidence have now built your calm. You know now that not every shaking is meant to destroy. Some are meant to reveal what cannot be moved. That's why the winds didn't win. They exposed your roots. And your roots ran deep. You've stopped chasing signs because you've learned to recognize presence. You don't need loud confirmations anymore. You've become sensitive to the quiet ones, the way peace settles in your chest after prayer. The way a verse finds you right when you need it. The way your spirit whispers, yes, when everything else says no. According to what is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. That verse is no longer theory for you. It's testimony. You've lived it. You've felt what happens when understanding fails and trust takes over. You've discovered that the path doesn't have to be visible to be real. There's something sacred about this steadiness that has settled over you. You're no longer moved by every emotion or headline. You're not panicking when others do. You've seen enough of God's consistency to stop questioning his character every time the wind changes. You've realized that peace is not the absence of storms, it's the presence of trust. And now, as the world around you spins in noise, you walk with quiet conviction. That calmness isn't apathy, it's awareness. You're aware that heaven has already gone before you, arranging details you haven't even prayed for yet. You don't need to rush what's already aligned. This is your training for greater things. Heaven can now trust you with more because you're not desperate to prove anything. You no longer act from anxiety, but from alignment. That shift changes everything. It turns every step into partnership instead of performance. You may have noticed your prayers changing. 2. They're less about asking and more about listening. You don't try to convince heaven anymore. You converse with it. You've realized that prayer isn't about volume, but about connection. It's the quiet exchange where will meets wisdom. Your faith has matured from noise to knowing. You no longer need the thunder to believe the rain is coming. You can sense it in the air, the promise, the presence, the purpose unfolding in its perfect time. There's a grace that rests on people who've learned to wait without worrying. You can recognize it when they walk into a room. Their presence brings steadiness. They don't rush. They don't boast. They just glow with quiet assurance. That's who you're becoming. And this new steadiness is contagious. People around you will begin to feel it, even if they can't explain it. Your peace will become their proof that faith still works. In a world addicted to hurry, you'll be the reminder that timing still belongs to God. You'll become the pause in other people's chaos. The calm voice that says, "Breathe. You're safe. God's still got you." Oh, this is why you went through everything you did to carry this peace. It wasn't wasted pain. It was preparation for purpose. The storms trained you to be still, so that when others panic, you can guide them back to peace. And now, heaven is smiling over your stillness. You've learned what many never do, that true power isn't loud. It doesn't shout or rush. It simply stands. You have become the living embodiment of quiet confidence, not because you know every answer, but because you've learned who holds them. Stay in this rhythm. Guard this peace. Don't let noise pull you back into striving. Let your calm be your compass, your trust be your testimony, and your stillness be your strength. You've come far. You've grown deep. And the very peace that once felt impossible has now become your permanent home. This peace that surrounds you now isn't fragile, it's fortified. It's the kind of calm that's been tested in storms and proven true. You don't have to protect it with fear. It protects you. It flows quietly through your days like a hidden river, nourishing everything it touches. You'll find that decisions become easier in this stillness. Clarity doesn't come from striving, but from surrender. The more you trust, the more you see that heaven never needed your hurry, it needed your heart. The pace of peace is slow but sure, and everything lasting grows in that rhythm. So walk softly through this season. Let peace lead you like a gentle hand, guiding you forward. You've earned this serenity, not by fighting harder, but by finally letting go. This calm isn't temporary. It's the language of the life you were always meant to live. There are seasons when God doesn't just change your circumstances, He changes your capacity. You begin to notice it quietly. Things that once broke you no longer shake you. Conversations that used to drain your energy now pass through you like wind. You're not harder, you're wiser. You've learned how to guard your peace without building walls. That is the fruit of transformation. Resilience without bitterness. Strength without hardness. Conviction without cruelty. You've grown in ways the world can't measure. The growth wasn't dramatic, it was internal. Heaven doesn't always announce promotion with applause. It does so with peace. You may not have realized it yet, but your elevation has already begun. For years, you've been asking for open doors, for expansion, for new beginnings. What heaven has been doing instead is enlarging you, because before God enlarges your territory, He enlarges your spirit. You can't carry new blessings with an old mindset. That's why you've been stretched, reshaped, and redefined. It's not punishment, it's preparation. You were never meant to stay small. There's more within you than you've dared to believe, and heaven has been slowly unfolding it. Every delay, every disappointment, every detour, each one was designed to strengthen the structure of your spirit so it could sustain what's coming next. You are stepping into a phase where purpose feels lighter and obedience feels natural. The resistance that once surrounded your calling is fading because you've learned how to move in rhythm with heaven's timing. You don't chase anymore, you attract. You don't beg, you believe. You've learned to flow instead of force. This is maturity, the quiet realization that what's meant for you doesn't need to be fought for in fear. What's yours will come, not through striving, but through stewardship, according to what is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Empros. You've read those words before, but now you know them. They've been carved into your experience. You've seen how even loss had purpose, how even rejection redirected you to something better. You've seen how every setback, every season of silence was secretly working together for your good. And now, you walk differently. You no longer fear closed doors because you understand that not every door leads to destiny. You no longer resent waiting because you know delay doesn't mean denial. The waiting room has become your classroom, and patience has become your teacher. You've become a different kind of warrior, one who fights not by swinging swords, but by standing still in faith. You've learned to protect your spirit from unnecessary battles, to recognize which wars are yours and which belong to God. You've stopped wasting energy trying to convince others of what heaven already confirmed. There's a quiet confidence resting on you now. It doesn't boast. It doesn't argue. It doesn't seek validation. It simply knows. That knowing isn't arrogance, it's alignment. When your spirit aligns with heaven's rhythm, anxiety loses its power. You stop reacting to life and start responding from peace. Every conversation feels different now because you no longer speak from pain, you speak from healing. You no longer move from fear, you move from faith. And that shift changes the atmosphere around you. Even your prayers sound different. You no longer plead for God to show up. You thank Him because you've learned He never left. You no longer ask for signs. You walk in assurance. That's what intimacy produces, not perfection, but peace. It's strange, isn't it? You've been through so much, yet somehow you've come out softer, not colder. That's grace. It's what happens when pain passes through purpose. Grace doesn't just heal wounds, it transforms them into wells of wisdom. Now, when you meet others who are in their storms, you don't offer quick answers. You offer presence. You've learned that silence can be ministry too. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say is, "I understand," because you do. You've lived what others are only beginning to face. This is the season where God begins to use your history as healing. Your scars will speak comfort into others' chaos. You'll find yourself drawn to people who mirror your past pain, and this time, you'll be the peace you once prayed for. That's what redemption looks like, becoming the answer to the prayers you once cried. You are walking in a grace that cannot be imitated, because it was cultivated through endurance. That's why you carry authority without words. It's why your presence feels anchored, even when you don't speak. You've become a vessel of peace, a living reminder that faith doesn't always roar. Sometimes it simply rests. Don't underestimate what's happening in this quiet season. The absence of drama doesn't mean the absence of destiny. Sometimes God hides the most sacred transitions in the softest seasons. You're being upgraded quietly, refined gently, elevated silently, and when the next door opens, you won't have to force it. It will recognize you. It will open because you've become the person prepared to walk through it. Stay grounded in humility, clothed in gratitude, and guided by grace. The same God who shaped your resilience in pain will now shape your influence in peace. You are stepping into a new phase, not of proving yourself, but of pouring yourself. You've been faithful in the wilderness. Now you'll be fruitful in the promised land. The strength you built in private will sustain you in public. The light you guarded in silence will guide others out of darkness. You are not waiting for your moment anymore. You are walking in it, and heaven is watching with joy. There's a weight in the air, a quiet confirmation that something holy is settling. You can feel it in your spirit, can't you? The atmosphere has changed. The tests that once drained you now feel like distant echoes. The pain that once defined you has turned into wisdom. You've crossed an invisible line in the spirit, moving from endurance to establishment. This is not the season of proving yourself. It's the season of walking in what's already proven. Heaven is no longer testing your faith, it's trusting it. The storms that once tested your foundation revealed that it's solid. You've passed through the fire and discovered that the flame didn't destroy you, it refined you. There's something different about your presence now. It carries weight, not from pride, but from purity. People feel peace when you walk into a room. That's because you've learned how to host it. You've stopped chasing recognition and started carrying revelation. You've stopped needing to be seen and started needing to serve. What used to offend you no longer disturbs your spirit. What used to make you anxious now barely stirs a ripple. That's what spiritual growth feels like. It's not loud, it's stable. You don't have to announce transformation. It reveals itself through calm. According to what is written in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." You've stood the test. You've walked through valleys, carried crosses, and waited through silence. And now, heaven crowns you not with gold, but with peace. The reward of endurance is not applause, it's authority. It's the quiet assurance that you can now lead without losing yourself. This is where calling turns into commissioning. You're no longer being prepared for purpose, you are living in it. The same grace that carried you through the wilderness now calls you to guide others through theirs. You've become the evidence that perseverance pays off. You may not have noticed, but heaven has already shifted your assignment. You're being trusted with influence, not the loud kind that demands attention, but the deep kind that transforms atmospheres. When you speak now, it carries healing. When you pray, peace follows. When you enter a space, things realign. It's not because you're special, it's because you surrendered. Heaven always pours its power into yielded hearts. Your humility became the vessel for glory. Your brokenness became the altar for miracles. And though you may feel ordinary, what's resting on you is anything but. You've been chosen for impact that doesn't need titles, lights, or crowds. Your life itself has become the sermon. You are preaching through consistency, ministering through kindness, and leading through love. But before heaven takes you higher, it seals the moment. It's an invitation to acknowledge, not with pride, but with gratitude that you made it through, not by your strength, but by grace. So, as a prophetic act of agreement, write below the number 1111, not as superstition, but as symbol. 4 ones standing together, 1111, represent alignment, divine order, and open doors. It's heaven's way of saying, what was scattered is now synchronized. What was delayed is now delivered. And when you type 1111, you're not just writing digits, you're declaring, I am in alignment with heaven's plan for my life. Each one carries meaning. The first reminds you that your beginning was intentional. The second affirms that your journey was guided. The third declares that your present is blessed. And the fourth promises that your future is already written in favor. This number is a covenant reminder that nothing in your story is wasted. Every delay had design. Every detour hid direction. Every heartbreak built holiness. You are in sync with divine timing now, no more rushing. No more resisting. As you write 1111, picture 4 pillars rising in your spirit, foundation stones holding up the temple of your destiny. You stand on faith, endurance, love, and obedience. These 4 are the supports heaven uses to carry heavy callings. You have all 4 now. This alignment won't just bring blessings, it will bring responsibility. Heaven trusts you to carry light into places where hope has faded. You'll be sent into rooms you didn't expect, conversations you didn't plan, and opportunities that fit your spirit more than your resume. Don't resist it, receive it. Your presence will remind others that order is possible, that peace is powerful, and that purpose can still prevail after pain. That's what 1111 means. Divine structure after chaos. Heaven is building something lasting through you. The winds have shifted, and they're now carrying you forward, not testing your roots. You've weathered enough to know that you no longer need to chase storms to prove strength. You are the calm after them. There's a moment when the ocean, after the storm passes, begins to reflect the sky again. That's you now. The turbulence has ended, and reflection has begun. What once felt like wreckage is now revelation. You can finally see clearly the water, the horizon, the future. And as you stand in this peace, heaven records your agreement through simple acts of faith. Your comment, your word, your alignment. It's more than digital motion, it's spiritual acknowledgement. You're saying, I am where I am meant to be. So, type 1111. Not as ritual, but as recognition. Heaven has already written your story. You're just catching up to its rhythm. The order has come. The doors are opening. The light is steady. You are aligned. You are ready. You are walking in divine order. Every journey of faith eventually brings you here to the place where gratitude outweighs grief, where peace outshines pain. You've traveled long, through valleys that seemed endless and storms that tried to erase you. Yet somehow, through every shadow, you kept walking, And now, you can look back without bitterness. You can see that every step had purpose. Every tear watered something sacred. Every trial was a lesson in disguise. You've become a living parable of endurance. Not because you never stumbled, but because you never stayed down. Each fall was followed by faith. Each loss became a seed that produced quiet strength. That's what grace does. It transforms the broken into builders. You've been building without realizing it, brick by brick, moment by moment. Your story has become a shelter for others who are still standing in the rain. The beauty of this season is that you no longer need to chase, meaning it flows to you. Life feels different now, softer, slower, deeper. The noise of the world doesn't distract you the same way. You're learning that what's eternal never rushes. That's why peace feels so natural now. It's the language of heaven, and you finally become fluent in it. According to what is written in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 7, "And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." Like that peace has become your compass. It points you toward what matters, away from what drains you. It reminds you that purpose isn't found in hurry, but in harmony. You've learned to follow peace the way sailors follow stars. It never lies, and it always leads home. Now, as you stand in this sacred calm, heaven whispers something new. It's time to pour back, because true peace never keeps itself, it overflows. The light that filled you wants to flow through you. You'll receive deeply, and now you get to become a vessel of that same grace for others. If these words have carried you through a dark night, if they've spoken life into weary corners of your heart, then maybe this is the moment you let gratitude become motion. There's a quiet beauty in returning what healed you back into the stream that gave it. When you like or share this message, you're not just reacting, you're releasing. You're sending ripples of hope into someone else's ocean of doubt. You never know who will see it, who will pause mid-scroll and find their reason to keep going. Your small act becomes someone's sign. When you subscribe, it's not about following a page, it's about staying connected to a flow of faith. Every message, every reminder, every whisper of encouragement becomes another spark that keeps your spirit alive. You're joining a family of hearts that refuse to give up, even when life gets heavy. And if your heart feels stirred to donate, let it come from that sacred place of peace. Giving is not an obligation, it's participation. It's a way of saying, "This light helped me, and I wanted to reach someone else." End quote. Think of your donation like a lantern handed to another traveler on the path. You're not giving it away, you're passing it forward. The light doesn't diminish when it's shared, it multiplies. Or picture a garden after the rain. You stand in it, grateful for the growth that's appeared overnight. And in that gratitude, you bend down to plant another seed. That's what your gift becomes, a seed of hope planted in the soil of someone else's tomorrow. Every offering, no matter how small, becomes part of a cycle heaven honors. A candle that stays lit because many hands keep it burning. A stream that never dries because many hearts keep it flowing. You are never required to give, but you are always invited to. Not because heaven demands it, but because heaven delights in it. God loves cheerful givers, not for the gift, but for the heart behind it. When you give out of gratitude, you're not losing, you're aligning. And if you can't give financially, give in spirit. Like this message, as a quiet amen. Share it so another soul can breathe easier. Subscribe to walk with this community of faith bearers. Every act, whether word or gift, becomes part of something divine. You are standing in a circle of exchange. Love received, love returned, love multiplied. That's what keeps the fire alive. There's an image heaven brings to mind. A lighthouse on the edge of the sea. Its keeper doesn't ask for applause. They simply refill the lamp each night, because they know somewhere out there, a ship is looking for that light. That's what your giving does. It keeps the flame visible. It keeps hope alive for someone still navigating their storm. Your gift, whether it's your attention, your prayer, your support, isn't just contribution. It's continuation. It ensures that the same words that met you in your darkest hour will meet someone else in theirs. And so, with peace guiding your decision, choose freely. Let love lead every action. No pressure, no guilt, just gratitude flowing naturally from one healed heart to another. The work here isn't about one voice. It's about many hearts coming together to keep light moving across the earth. It's about you, me, and countless others joining the same current of grace, each doing our part to keep the flame alive. If this message touched you, let that feeling move through your hands. Like, share, subscribe, or if you feel led, donate, whatever you choose. Let it be your quiet yes to heaven's whisper. Keep the light alive. Oh, and as you do, may the peace you found here continue to grow in you strong, steady, and unshakable. Because what you give, you never lose. It simply returns, multiplied in the form of joy. There's a point in every chosen journey where gratitude turns into purpose. You stop asking, "Why did this happen to me?" and start realizing, "It happened through me." That's where you are now, the sacred turning. The weight you carried was not punishment. It was preparation for what's coming next. Every season of struggle was laying bricks for a foundation you can finally stand on without trembling. You're no longer merely surviving. You're standing in strength that was built through storms. You've learned how to walk with quiet authority, the kind that doesn't demand attention but commands peace wherever you go. You've stopped apologizing for your light. You no longer shrink to make others comfortable, because you've realized humility isn't hiding your brilliance, it's shining without arrogance. This is the stage of becoming, where destiny meets awareness. You are not waiting for purpose anymore. You are walking in it. Every lesson has turned into language. Every scar has turned into scripture written on your soul. You don't preach through words. You preach through how you live, how you forgive, how you love. There's a new strength in your silence, a new wisdom in your gentleness. You've learned that victory isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the quiet of choosing peace when you could have chosen anger. That's true power, responding from healing instead of reaction. You can sense that heaven is placing new assignments in your path, opportunities that match the maturity you've earned. You won't have to fight for visibility. The right people will recognize your spirit, not your status. You're not climbing ladders anymore. You're building tables. Tables where others can sit, be nourished, and find their own calling. According to what is written in the book of Micah, chapter 6, verse 8, He has shown you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. That is the posture of this season. No striving, no competing, just walking humbly, carrying mercy, and living justly. You're not chasing blessings anymore. You're becoming one. You're discovering the quiet joy of being content without complacency, grateful without guilt. The world may look the same around you, but inside, something enormous has shifted. You no longer interpret hardship as abandonment, but as assignment. You don't see obstacles anymore. You see opportunities to show grace. You've learned that when others break you, heaven builds you. Your spirit has become like a tree planted deep, its roots unshaken by wind, its branches open to rain and sun alike. You no longer fear storms because you understand they water the soil. The thunder that once frightened you now sounds like rhythm confirmation that you're still growing. You are walking proof that surrender doesn't mean losing control, it means gaining clarity. The things you once tried to hold together have been replaced by the things that now hold you together: truth, trust, and time with God. People who once misunderstood you will start coming back, not to apologize, but to ask how you stayed steady. They'll see in you something rare, peace that isn't performative, and without realizing it, they'll start healing too, because peace spreads silently, like fragrance in the air. Every moment of obedience has written a quiet prophecy into your life. You've been sowing unseen for years, and now heaven whispers, it's time to reap. But the harvest won't be noisy, it will be holy. It will look like peace in your mind, laughter in your home, and clarity in your steps. The beauty of this new season is that it doesn't demand effort, it invites awareness. You don't have to do more, you just have to be more present. Your life itself is already speaking louder than any sermon. But before you step fully into this next chapter, take a sacred pause. Look around you. Look at all the places you once prayed to be. You're standing in answered prayers. Maybe they didn't arrive how you expected, but they came exactly when you were ready. This is the moment to breathe deeply and say thank you for every delay that became direction, for every heartbreak that became healing, for every closed door that turned into protection. Gratitude doesn't just honor what's behind you, it prepares you for what's ahead. Heaven is smiling over your surrender. You've proven trustworthy with pain. Now you'll be trusted with peace. Before this section closes, take a moment to seal this truth with declaration. Write in the comments below, I choose peace. MDF, not because everything is perfect, but because peace is now your posture. These 3 words aren't just an affirmation, they're alignment. When you write, I choose peace, you're reminding heaven and your own heart that calm isn't conditional, it's chosen. You're saying, Chaos may be sit, but it doesn't live here anymore. MDF, as you type it, imagine a river flowing through you steady, quiet, cleansing. That's what peace feels like when you choose it daily. It's not a momentary feeling, it's a decision that builds a lifetime. Your journey hasn't been easy, but it's been exact. Every bend, every burden, every breakthrough was necessary to bring you here to this calm, this clarity, this quiet confidence. So choose peace again. Every morning, every conversation, every challenge. Because when you do, heaven leans in closer. God doesn't dwell in noise, He dwells in stillness. And now, you've made your heart His home. You are no longer the person who fears storms. You're the one who speaks calm into them. You're no longer the wanderer, you're the well. And from this well, Living water will keep flowing to everyone who encounters you. Your story is still unfolding. But one truth stands eternal. Peace is not what happens to you. It's what flows through you. You've chosen it, and heaven honors that choice. There's a strange kind of quiet that follows revelation, a silence not of absence, but of awe. It's the moment after light floods the room. When your eyes are still adjusting, that's where you are now. Everything feels familiar yet new. The same world surrounds you, but you see it differently. Colors seem deeper. Air feels lighter. And even ordinary moments carry weight. It's not that life changed overnight. It's that you did. This transformation didn't arrive with fanfare. It came gently, layer by layer, like dawn stretching across a sleeping sky. You didn't notice it at first, the small shifts, the softened heart, the renewed hope, but heaven did. Heaven watched as you kept believing in the dark, as you whispered prayers when no one saw, as you stayed faithful when everything in you wanted to give up. And now, what you cultivated in hidden places is blooming in plain sight. This is the beauty of quiet growth. It takes its time. It doesn't demand attention. It demands roots. You've spent years putting down roots in faith, and now they're holding you steady in peace. What once would have shaken you now barely stirs a ripple. The storms that terrified you have become teachers instead of threats. You no longer fear the rain. You understand it's what makes you grow. The heart of transformation isn't becoming someone new. It's returning to who you were before fear took over. You're remembering what it feels like to move freely again, to speak without shrinking, to love without calculation. That's redemption, not escaping your past, but integrating it, letting it teach you how to walk with grace instead of guilt. According to what is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 1, verse 3, he shall be like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in its season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever he does prospers. And that verse is your reflection now. You've become the tree rooted, nourished, fruitful in your own season. You no longer envy the speed of others because you've learned that real growth isn't measured by pace, but by depth. You've stopped comparing your timeline to someone else's highlight. You understand that divine timing is not delay, it's design. Every quiet year, every unseen effort, every hidden obedience was a stream watering your roots. And now, those roots run deep enough to sustain fruit that lasts. You're producing not just success, but substance. The kind of peace and wisdom that doesn't fade when applause does. You've also learned the art of release. The people who left, the doors that closed, the dreams that shifted, they no longer haunt you. You bless them now. You understand that loss isn't always loss. Sometimes it's redirection. You've made peace with pruning because you've seen what it produces: stronger branches, sweeter fruit. There's a tenderness in your strength now. You're firm but gentle, certain but humble. That balance is what heaven calls maturity. You no longer need to prove your faith. It proves itself through your calm. You no longer need to shout your convictions. They're visible in your actions. Even your prayers have changed. They're not long lists of requests anymore. They sound more like conversations between friends. There's laughter in them now, and gratitude where there used to be pleading. That's what intimacy looks like. It replaces striving with simplicity. You've learned that the goal was never perfection, it was presence. To be so anchored in love that even when circumstances shift, you remain steady. To walk so closely with God that peace becomes your reflex, not your reward. Every new sunrise feels different now. You wake not out of obligation, but out of wonder. The heaviness that once greeted you has lifted, replaced by quiet expectation, an awareness that every day is sacred. Even the ordinary ones. You've realized that miracles don't always shout. Sometimes they whisper through consistency, the steady heartbeat of grace in daily living. This is what living in alignment feels like. It's not constant euphoria, it's continuous ease. You trust more, you force less. You let life unfold, instead of wrestle it into shape. You've discovered that surrender is the strongest position a soul can hold. And in this surrender, you've begun to notice heaven's subtle fingerprints everywhere, in conversations, coincidences, even in your own calm responses. You realize now that grace doesn't always intervene dramatically. Often, it simply sustains quietly. You are no longer striving to get somewhere. You are already where you're supposed to be. The journey ahead isn't about becoming more, it's about being fully present in what you already are. Chosen, cherished, complete. This awareness doesn't make you passive, it makes you peaceful. You move slower. It speaks softer. Listen deeper. You see the divine in the mundane. And that sight alone transforms everything. So walk gently in this new rhythm. Let gratitude be your background music. Let contentment be your posture. Let joy be your pace. You've arrived not at the end of your story, but at the beginning of living it, fully awake. And as you continue forward, remember this truth. Stability is not the absence of motion, it's the presence of balance. You are the calm in your own story now. The peace you once prayed for has taken root in you. And from this rootedness, you will keep growing, not outward in hurry, but inward in harmony. You've reached the part of your story where the air feels lighter, not because the journey is over, but because you've finally stopped carrying what was never yours. The burden you once held the need to fix, to prove, to control, has fallen away, piece by piece, until what remains is peace. This peace isn't fragile, it's firm. It's not the absence of pain, but the presence of perspective. You see differently now, you breathe differently now, you move not from fear, but from fullness. There's a sacred simplicity in your spirit that wasn't there before. You don't crave noise anymore. You find joy in quiet rooms, in gentle mornings, in small victories that no one else notices. That's the beauty of maturity. It shifts your appetite. You no longer need the grand or the loud to feel alive. The miracle is in the ordinary, the divine hidden in daily details. It took years to understand that peace doesn't arrive when everything around you calms down. It begins when you do. You used to chase stillness like it was somewhere out there, waiting for you to catch it. Now, you realize it's been inside you all along, waiting for you to stop running. You have become the sanctuary you were searching for, according to what is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 9, there remains then a Sabbath rest for the people of God. And that rest is more than a day, it's a way of being. You've entered that Sabbath now, not by stopping life, but by living it with reverence. Rest doesn't mean doing nothing, it means doing everything from peace. It's working without worry, moving without panic, loving without fear. You've learned to let moments breathe, You no longer rush to fill silence or solve every problem. You trust that what's meant to unfold will, and what's meant to leave will do so gracefully. That kind of trust doesn't come cheaply. It's been paid for with surrender. There's a quiet rhythm to your days now. You rise. You move. You listen. You're learning that wisdom isn't about knowing more, it's about needing less. Every unnecessary weight has been lifted. You no longer need to be understood by everyone. You no longer seek constant approval. Freedom, you've discovered, feels like being unbothered by misunderstanding. This is what spiritual adulthood looks like, not perfection, but peace with imperfection. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started asking, "What now?" That small change has shifted everything. It moved you from pain to purpose, from self-pity to stewardship. Your steps are slower. But sûre. You don't hurry toward tomorrow. You honor today. You've learned that presence is power. The moment you're in is no longer a waiting room. It's the main stage. You see God here, in the now, not in some distant future. There's an elegance in your stillness, a quiet authority that doesn't need validation. You've become someone who carries calm like a cloak. People feel it before you speak. They don't know what changed, but they sense it, your groundedness, your grace, your glow. It's the mark of someone who's walked through fire and came out with light. You've also learned to forgive differently, not to excuse what happened, but to free yourself from holding it. Forgiveness isn't forgetting, it's untying the knots that kept your heart bound. You forgive not because others deserve peace, but because you do. Even the way you pray has deepened. You no longer pray for God to remove the mountains. You ask for strength to climb them. You no longer plead for doors to open. You ask for peace in waiting. That's maturity, wanting presence more than performance, seeking connection more than control. And in this quiet strength, you begin to see what true abundance looks like. It's not excess, it's enoughness. Enough peace to rest, enough grace to give, enough faith to face the unknown. You've realized you don't need everything, you just need alignment. This alignment shows up in small ways. How easily you let go, how gently you speak, how sincerely you love. The world hasn't grown kinder, but you have. That's transformation. The external didn't shift. The internal did. You've stopped asking for signs because now you've become one. Your peace is the sign. Your joy, steady and unshakable, is the evidence that God restores what life tries to break. There's no need to rush into what's next. What's next will come quietly, naturally, just like this peace did. The same way dawn arrives without announcement, the next chapter will unfold without effort. All you need to do is stay rooted in rest. You've walked through chaos and found calm. You've walked through loss and found love. You've walked through uncertainty and found unwavering faith. And now, heaven looks at you and calls it good. Not because you've arrived somewhere, but because you've become someone. You are living proof that rest is not a reward, it's a right. It's the state you were designed to live in from the beginning. And now that you've found it, guard it like sacred ground. Walk slowly through this peace. Speak softly from it. Let it be the pulse that guides every step forward. Because this stillness, this awareness, this holy calm isn't an intermission. It's the life you were always meant to live. You've spent years searching for home, only to realize it was never a place, it was a posture. Home is where your soul can breathe without armor, where gratitude flows without reason. And now, you carry that home within you. Wherever you go, peace follows, not because of the path, but because of your presence. Let this season be slow and sacred. Let your days unfold like soft pages, unhurried and honest. You don't need to chase meaning anymore. You're living it. The air feels lighter because you've finally stopped fighting the wind. You've learned how to move with it. So rest here. Let quiet joy be your rhythm. Let simple moments remind you that wholeness doesn't roar, it whispers. You've made it. Not to the end, but to the heart of the journey, the place where striving stops and being begins. There comes a point in every divine journey when reflection feels like worship. You no longer look back to relive pain. You look back to recognize purpose. That's where you are now, in the sacred pause between what has been and what's about to be. It's not nostalgia, it's gratitude. You see how every valley taught you depth, how every heartbreak shaped compassion, how every delay strengthened trust. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was random. Every thread of your story now glows with meaning. The person you've become is not who you imagined. It's better, softer, yet stronger, quieter, yet clearer. You've learned that real transformation rarely happens in noise. It happens in the still, slow work of grace. Grace that waited while you wandered. Grace that whispered when you couldn't hear. Grace that held you steady when nothing else did. You've been refined by both fire and gentleness. The fire removed what was false. The gentleness restored what was real. Now, there's a calm confidence in your soul, a knowing that doesn't shout but settles. You no longer need to defend where you've been or justify where you're going. You are simply content to be, according to what is written in the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 18. And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. Oh, that verse describes your life now. Transformation isn't an event, it's a rhythm. Each day adds another layer of light. You don't notice it happening, but others do. They see something in your eyes, peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, light that doesn't dim in darkness. It's the mark of someone who's been with God. Your strength no longer looks like striving. It looks like stillness. The kind of stillness that listens more than it speaks, that observes before it acts. You've discovered that wisdom doesn't always roar, it often whispers. And those who learn to hear the whisper rarely miss the message. You've stopped running from waiting. You've learned that the waiting room is where heaven does its finest shaping. That's where faith becomes character and hope becomes muscle. The waiting didn't delay you. It developed you. The fears that once ruled you have faded into faint memories. They visit sometimes, but they no longer sit at your table. They knock on the door of your mind, and peace answers instead. Fear doesn't vanish because life becomes easy. It fades because faith grows louder. Your prayers sound different now. They're not urgent shouts, they're steady conversations. You pray less from desperation and more from devotion. Not because you need less, but because you trust more. You know now that even when heaven feels silent, it's never absent. This awareness changes how you treat others too. You no longer need to be right, you'd rather be kind. You no longer hold grudges because you've seen what freedom feels like. You forgive quickly because peace costs too much to lose. And you extend grace easily because you remember how often it was extended to you. Everything in you has slowed to a divine rhythm. You no longer measure success by speed or scale, but by sincerity. You value presence more than progress, connection more than control. You've learned that peace is not achieved, it's allowed. Even your relationship with time feels different. You've stopped rushing into tomorrow because you finally understand that today is holy. The present moment is not a pause, it's a meeting place between heaven and earth. You've learned to see God in morning light, in shared laughter, in the small mercies that visit daily. There's a sacred rhythm to your breathing now. It's as if every inhale says, "Still here," and every exhale answers, "Still grateful." You've made peace with the unknown because you've learned that not knowing is part of trust. You no longer fear endings because you understand they are simply disguised beginnings. Death of the old always precedes birth of the new. Every goodbye you faced has been followed by grace. You no longer cling to seasons past. You bless them and let them go. When you look in the mirror now, you see more than features. You see faith. You see evidence of survival. Yes, but also the beauty of surrender. The eyes that once looked tired now shine with quiet strength. That's what divine transformation looks like. It changes not just the heart, but the whole countenance. You carry peace like a garment now, light, effortless, unforced. You no longer wake up chasing meaning, you wake up radiating it. The sacred has become your normal. And that is the greatest miracle of all. This is what happens when heaven's process completes a cycle. You return to simplicity. You rest in sufficiency. You live without striving. And somehow, everything you once pursued begins to find you. You're not doing more. You're becoming more. And that's enough. So keep walking in this quiet glow. Keep tending your peace. Keep moving gently. Because gentleness is strength refined. Your life is already a testimony. You don't have to announce it. Just keep living it. And heaven will keep writing it. There's a new kind of grace resting on your days now, the kind that doesn't need to prove, only to be present. You've entered the rhythm of peace, where nothing feels rushed and everything feels right on time. Life no longer demands perfection from you. It simply asks for presence. And that's exactly what you're giving. You've learned to love your journey without editing it. Every detour, every delay, every scar, they're not mistakes. They're markings of mercy. What once embarrassed you now empowers you, because you understand that authenticity is far more beautiful than approval. So, breathe deeply and stay here for a while. Let gratitude be your language. Let peace be your prayer. You're no longer waiting to be whole. You already are. This is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of your forever becoming. It's a strange feeling. Standing in the quiet, after the storm, realizing the thunder has faded and all that remains is light. You can almost hear your own heartbeat again, the rhythm of survival turned into the melody of peace. This moment isn't loud or dramatic, yet it carries more meaning than any victory. Shout. You've made it through the fire, through the silence, through yourself, and you are still here. Softer, stronger, and shining. There's something sacred about reaching this point. The struggle that once defined you no longer controls you. The wounds that once ached now glow like holy reminders that healing is real. You don't flinch at memories anymore. You see them as milestones. Every hardship is a chapter in the same story of grace, the one heaven wrote with your tears and bound together with endurance. You no longer crave what you once chased. The applause, the answers, the instant relief they've lost their grip. You've learned that true fulfillment doesn't shout, it whispers. It's found in the stillness between breaths. In the morning, quiet, before the world wakes. In the unforced rhythm of simply existing without fear. According to what is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 4, He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. End of Sant. Those words don't just speak of heaven someday, they speak of heaven now. Not in the absence of pain, but in the presence of peace that surpasses it. You've tasted a glimpse of that here on earth. You've walked through endings that felt like death, only to discover life waiting on the other side. That's the mystery of divine renewal. It doesn't erase pain. It transforms it. You can feel it even now, the quiet assurance that what once broke you has built you. The places that used to bleed now bloom. The cracks in your foundation have become windows where light gets in. What you thought was your undoing became your unveiling. There's a humility that comes with this kind of wholeness. You don't look down on those still walking through their storms. You pray for them quietly. You know what it feels like to be lost in the middle of a night with no promise of dawn. That memory keeps your heart tender. You've learned that compassion isn't weakness, it's wisdom born of wounds. Every conversation feels softer now. You listen more. You speak slower. You carry the weight of someone who knows words can wound or heal. You choose healing every time. You've become a reflection of the grace that carried you steady, subtle, steadfast. You also understand now that peace isn't a permanent state, it's a daily choice. Some mornings, you'll feel it easily. Other mornings, you'll have to reach for it like light through fog. But even on the hard days, you know where to look for it within. You've built a home for peace inside your spirit, and no storm can steal that foundation anymore. This stage of your journey isn't about striving for more, it's about stewarding what you've already been given. Joy in small things. Gratitude for simple moments. Presence in the now. You no longer confuse stillness for stagnation, you see it as strength in disguise. You've grown to appreciate the slow miracles, the way forgiveness reshapes the heart over time. The way healing whispers instead of announces itself. The way peace returns, after long absences like an old friend knocking softly at your door. There's no rush anymore. No urgency to prove that you've arrived. You know now that life isn't a race to perfection but a pilgrimage toward presence. The goal was never to win, it was to walk faithfully, to love deeply, to keep showing up with open hands and an unguarded heart. You've walked a long road, and it's okay to rest. Rest isn't laziness, it's worship. It's a declaration that you trust life enough to pause. You don't have to hold everything together anymore. It's already being held for you. This peace doesn't mean you'll never face another storm. It means you'll never face it alone. You've learned the art of leaning on God, on faith, on quiet confidence. The winds may rise again, but you'll stand firm because you've built your life on something unshakable. Look around. The world hasn't changed much, but your vision has. You see beauty where you once saw burdens. You see lessons where you once saw losses. You see God not just in the miraculous but in the mundane, the smile of a stranger, the scent of rain, the way morning light filters through your window. This is what victory feels like. Not fireworks, but fulfillment. Not shouting, but serenity. It's the moment your soul exhales and says, I am home. No. And perhaps that's the greatest revelation of all, that home was never a destination. It was the quiet acceptance of who you've become and the unshakable knowing of who's been with you all along. So let this peace settle deep. Let it guide your steps into whatever comes next. Don't worry about what's ahead. You're already equipped. Every lesson, every tear, every moment of surrender has prepared you for the chapters that haven't yet been written. You're ready now, not because the path will be easy, but because your spirit is steady. You've learned how to rest while running, how to trust while waiting, how to love without fear. That's true freedom. That's heaven's reward to the faithful. And when people look at you, they won't just see survival, they'll see serenity. They'll feel the quiet strength of someone who has met fire and made peace with the flame. They'll sense that your story isn't one of escape, but of endurance. You've walked the valley, climbed the mountain, and now you stand beneath the open sky, breathing grace. The battle is behind you, the promise before you, and peace within you. This is not the end of your story. It's the eternal beginning of living whole. And now, here you are, the journey complete, the words fulfilled, the silence between heaven and earth at peace. Take a moment and feel it. The weight has lifted. The story that began in battle ends in balance. You've walked through the long night and found the morning waiting for you. This isn't just the close of a message, it's a reflection of your own becoming. You've listened, reflected, endured. These words met you in the middle of storms, spoke into your waiting, and stood with you through transformation. But what gives them life isn't the voice that spoke, it's the heart that received. Everything that's bloomed here has done so because you were willing to listen. That willingness is what separates wanderers from the chosen. If these words have walked beside you, if they've reminded you that you're not forgotten, that peace is possible, that purpose still breathes, then take one more gentle step of gratitude. Like this message, not as routine, but as recognition. Every click of agreement keeps the current of light moving through unseen places. Somewhere, another soul will find this and feel what you felt, that quiet confirmation that they are not alone. And if the words spoke life into your spirit, share them. Think of it like lighting another candle from your own flame. You lose nothing by giving light away. The room only grows brighter. You might never know who it reaches, but heaven will. Someone scrolling through chaos might stop right where you did, read a sentence, and breathe again. Subscribe if you want to keep walking with this flow. It's not just about hearing more messages, it's about staying connected to moments like this, where heaven brushes close enough for you to feel it. Every word that follows will be another stone on your path of peace. Another reminder that growth doesn't end, it deepens. And if your heart feels led to donate, do it softly, freely. Giving here is never a condition, it's a continuation. Think of it as adding another log to the fire that kept you warm. Somewhere, someone else will sit by that same flame and find comfort because of your kindness. You're not paying for words, you're fueling a light that keeps traveling long after this moment ends. Your gift, whatever form it takes, is part of a divine circle. Words flow to you. Warmth flows from you. And together, they move through the world like a gentle tide of healing. Every act of support becomes another heartbeat in that current. And finally, leave a comment, even just a few simple words from the heart. Tell the story this message wrote inside you. You never know how your reflection might unlock revelation for someone else. Every comment becomes a thread in this tapestry of hope we're weaving together. As you close this chapter, know this: nothing about this connection was coincidence. Every word found you for a reason. You were meant to pause here, to breathe here, to remember who you are again. The peace you feel isn't temporary, it's recognition. Heaven isn't distant, it's within reach. So go gently into what's next. Carry this calm with you. Keep tending your light. Keep loving without fear. Keep living as proof that faith still works. You've made it to the end of one message, but not the end of your becoming. The journey continues quietly, beautifully, endlessly. And until the next word finds you, keep shining. Chosen one,